All the June 26, 2023 meeting of the Lafayette City Council to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. We have no need for item 3 on the agenda. We're on item 4. Do I have a motion for adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Candell, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Adopted. I'll announce now that we will be taking breaks this evening in our 2-hour intervals. So we'll be taking breaks at 8, 10, and 12 tonight. So be prepared. We're on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to invite Peggy Nelson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're on to item 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for anyone in the public to comment on items that are not on tonight's council agenda. If you'd like to make a comment on this item or any item later in the agenda, if you're here, please fill out a speaker slip. If you're watching at home or wherever you're watching and you would like to comment, please use the raise hand function on your screen and the city clerk will call on you. So public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the council on an item that is not on tonight's agenda?
Mayor Anduri, I see no hands raised and I have no speaker slips.
Okay, well, maybe we can eliminate the 12 o'clock break. All right, we're on to number 8, consent calendar. I'd like to remove the minutes 8A. Is there any other item that?
I'd like to remove 8D.
8D, okay. Any other item? Is there any member of the public who would like to request that an item be removed and discussed later? Okay, seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt consent calendar items 8B, C, and E?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Candell. Was that Councilmember Geringer? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It's unanimous. So B, C, and E are approved, and we will hear 8 and D when we get to item 12. So we're on to item 9A, old business, Pleasant Hill Road, and I'll call on Mr. Luttrop to give the staff report. Moment. All right.
Okay, so the first item I have for you is consideration of appropriating funds to design an alternative to the center median pathway design on Pleasant Hill Road between Mount Diablo Boulevard and the Deer Hill Stanley intersection. So at the May 22nd City Council meeting, Council requested that staff bring back cost estimates for our design consultant to complete a preliminary design and final design for a multi-use pathway along the east side of Pleasant Hill Road. This proposed work would be in addition to the existing design being completed for a multi-use pathway in the center median of Pleasant Hill Road between Deer Hill and Mount Diablo Boulevard. The request by council was prompted by some members of the community who have requested that staff look at possible options to improve the quality and safety of the pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure in the area. In response, our design consultant, Kittleson and Associates, has provided the following proposals and costs. So to provide a strip map concept drawing for the east side pathway with a summary of the pros and cons and potential impacts, they asked for about $17,000. So this would give us a drawing that looks very similar to the drawings that you've seen for the center median pathway. It's not a fully engineered thing, it just gives you concepts. Also provide a strip map concept drawing for the west side multi-use pathway. So we have one for each side. That would be another $17,000. And a concept sketch for signalized ramp terminals on the east side. So there's an idea to put traffic signals at the on and off ramps on the east side to make a pathway on that side safer. That would cost about $3,500. And then a traffic analysis of the signalized ramps to find out how they would impact traffic on the freeways and on Pleasant Hill Road. That's another $4,500. And develop a design concept for signalized ramps. That would be about $10,000. And then to develop full design plan specifications and estimate for a pathway either on the east side or the west side, that would be $110,000. So that gives you kind of an idea what all these other asks would amount to. So to review, the current design alternative or for the center median design, it assumes no loss of vehicle lanes on Pleasant Hill Road, Deer Hill Road, or Stanley Boulevard. Roadway configuration remains exactly the way it is. And we don't have any change in vehicle delays unless there is a lot of pedestrian activations at the ends of that center median pathway. That would be the only way you would get additional delays on the road. So since the May 22nd meeting, staff reached out to the developer of the Terraces project as well to find out what we have in the way of right-of-way. And in discussing it with him and he actually gave me his CAD file so I could overlay some sketches, which is what you see on the screens. We don't need any additional right-of-way from him, assuming that we either eliminate the dedicated bike lane that he had shown in his original design for the west side of the road, or we can reduce the shoulders that we have between the vehicle lane and the K-rail that would separate the center median from vehicle lanes, and or reduce or eliminate the shoulders that are inside the multi-use pathway that separate users of the pathway from the K-rail. So you can kind of mix and match. So you can eliminate the bike lane, that solves all the problem, or you can eliminate the one or the other medians or reduce them. That kind of makes sense, I hope. So that was good news. So we don't need any additional right-of-way. Staff was also asked to consider improvements to the safety of the east side. So if we're going to put the center median pathway in, what can we do to the east side to make that safer? One of the primary concerns that I heard from people was that we would be moving vehicles closer to the sidewalk on the east side. And let's see if I can move this over. So if I move this over, we have Stanley Boulevard and Deer Hill Road. As it stands now, this red line is the existing face of curb, and the dashed line behind it is the right-of-way. So where we have that turn lane now, the vehicles are as close to the sidewalk as you can get. They're already there. So we wouldn't be making that situation any worse than it already is, because cars are already right up against the edge of the road. When we move south of there, we do have an opportunity to build in a separation from the termination of that turn pocket to Ocolonus Avenue that would provide a buffer. That buffer could be landscaped, it could be striped. We could have it designed as a landscaped buffer, and then depending on funding or desires in the future, we could put it in as striped or put it in as landscaped. So we can leave that one a little loose. My suggestion, if we go that route, would be to have it designed as landscaped, because that design is expensive, and I think we have enough money left in the design contract for the center median project to allow us to move forward with that. As you move south of Ocolonus, oh, by the way, this buffer here is about 10 feet wide, so it's pretty significant. When you go south of Ocolonus, the buffer here is about 4 feet wide, and down here it's 2.5 feet wide. So it does get skinny. That could potentially be further enhanced by removing the sidewalk here and pushing it further away from the edge of the road. However, that does get a bit more costly. There may also be some streetlights that would need to be relocated. And all of this, you can see this line here, all of this is Caltrans right away. So anything that we do in that area that is outside of the existing roadway prism will have its challenges, because Caltrans will want to put their 2 cents into it. But I think the just putting the buffer in wouldn't pose an extreme problem for Caltrans. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to extend this sketch further south, but further south, there's actually additional room to work with in terms of creating a buffer, because underneath the freeway, we currently have parking spaces. Those can be removed and striped as a buffer, because we don't really need to get rid of those completely as part of the center median design. We need to get rid of them a little bit, not entirely. And in between the freeway and the ramps, there's landscaped areas that the sidewalk could encroach into if we wanted to. So there's some wiggle room there, but anytime you start touching curb, gutter, and sidewalk, the costs start going up considerably. So I kind of went off my script there, but let's see. So although staff recognizes that the residents have expressed a desire to explore other options regarding the location of the pathway on Pleasant Hill Road, it's important to reiterate that the primary goal of this pathway was to get people away from the on and off ramps. There are plans this summer, although I haven't seen any work starting, to put in blinking crosswalks at all the on and off ramps. So Caltrans is moving forward with that, but that's still an uncontrolled intersection. Whereas at the ends of the center median pathway, you have controlled intersections at both ends. So that by default is typically safer. So the center median design eliminates conflicts at the on and off ramps to Highway 24, while other designs maintain these conflict points. While none of the designs eliminate the need for pedestrians and cyclists to cross the various intersections, unlike the on and off ramps, the signalized intersections at either end of the center median do add a measure of safety, as it is a full intersection. The fiscal impact of this: additional studies and designs are currently unfunded, and a funding source would need to be identified to cover any additional scope of work selected. Although staff does not recommend pursuing alternatives to the center median pathway, for approximately $17,000, the city's consultant would generate the conceptual strip map drawing for the east side of Pleasant Hill Road. Other options that I discussed could also be included in that. So are there any questions?
Okay, so we'll take questions from the council and then we'll open it up to public comment and questions, then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. So any council members have questions? Councilmember Cantel.
Thank you. I'm so glad you drew a picture because it always is so much more helpful. So what I'm looking at the map of the road now, and basically the 3-lane wide for the autos actually extends beyond Akalani's Road now.
Not really.
Well, I see it here on the map and there's 3 lanes and there's 3 cars wide. So they're doing it, whether there's a lane there or not. I'm just saying that's how the people behave. And with this design, we're eliminating the bike lane on the east side and you're not showing that. And so where are bikers gonna go now
Good
on that
question.
side?
So cyclists now have some of the same options they have now, that they if you're going southbound, there is no bike lane now.
Well, it's a Sharrow. Yeah, it's a Sharrow.
Shared.
Correct.
So that same configuration can be put in place on the north side,
Okay, so that's
or the northbound side. The northbound side already has Sharrows going underneath the freeway.
right,
So you would just continue that all the way up.
right.
But that's not a great option for people who do not feel comfortable trying to keep up with the flow of traffic.
Right.
So that's why those individuals would be encouraged to use the center median as their bike route, because then you don't have to keep up with the flow of traffic.
So you're right. So okay, so the northbound side, you're right. It always has been a Sharrow. When you started getting rid of the bike lane, there was going to be put in a bike lane, right? With the terraces. That was the thought.
Yes.
And now we're getting rid of we're getting rid of both of the bike lanes on both sides with this design. Correct?
And
Okay,
the terraces, the bike lane would stop at the freeway on-ramp. It
Right.
wasn't going to go further than that.
correct.
If there is a desire to still preserve that, we certainly can do that.
Okay.
But you would need to reduce the shoulders
Right.
associated with the pathway or the lanes adjacent to the
And that's
ARED.
super helpful. Thank you. Another question is, so the RFIPs, compared to the signalized lights, like the thought that we may be investigating putting signals at the on ramps and off ramps. I mean, it's a kind of a tough question. I imagine the signals are safer, but like how much would you say? I mean, RFIPs get you something, right? But they don't
Yeah.
stop the cars if they don't want to stop, right?
Right.
But that's true for signal too. But any sort of I mean, like how much safer would a signal be?
I don't have a
yeah.
mechanism for quantifying that, but I'm glad you brought up the signals.
Yeah,
They would run about $750,000 a piece.
right. They're super
They're
expensive.
Very
That's-
expensive.
Right.
And in this case, there's the added difficulty of these are on Caltrans property.
Right,
So one, Caltrans would have to agree to having signals on their facilities. Historically, anything that impacts the flow of traffic to and from the freeway, they do not want to entertain that. So putting signals on and off their freeway will guaranteed impact the flow of traffic to and from the freeway. Because every time
Right.
someone pushes a button, it's going to give you a 30-second call.
correct. No, I
And-
get that.
The secondary concern is when you push that call for the on-ramp, you're going to back cars out onto Pleasant Hill Road in all likelihood.
Mhm.
And then that will create additional delays on Pleasant Hill Road. That's why I didn't go into gory detail on that particular option.
Right. So, for the bikers, it's this really controversial project in San Francisco right now on Valencia Street, right? And they've done a lot of things wrong, which we're not going to do here for sure. But what, one of the complaints was the weaving that the bikers were doing to get into the middle. And so they weren't getting off their bikes. Basically, the bikers weren't getting off their bikes. Instead, they were trying to weave and they've been causing accidents. It's just what's been happening. do you just think that that's not going to happen for us? Or are you thinking those fast bikes, it's going to be hard to convince them to use this center one, I think. Or are you thinking that they will use the center?
I think the people who are the road warrior cyclists are not going to use the center median
Right.
because they ride 35 miles an hour.
Correct.
So there's no compelling reason for them to do that. They keep up with the flow of traffic just fine.
Right.
So I don't envision them using the center. I envision commuters or kids going to school
Mhm.
or or people just trying to connect from one side of the freeway to the other side of the freeway that aren't, lycra clad warriors going down the road.
Right.
They're the ones that are going to use this, I think, more often. And I don't think they'll have the weave problem because much like a freeway, this is a controlled access facility. You can only get in on the ends. Whereas Valencia Street, you can get in anywhere you want. And
Totally. It was just the
that's
ends.
kind of the problem with it is
Right.
people are randomly getting in wherever they want.
Right. No, I think I totally agree with you. I don't think that the road warriors are going to use this. And so by by making them have sharrows on both sides, how much less safe is that than having their own bike lane? Like you would think that having the bike lane would be safer for them than the sharrows,
Depending on the cycle.
even though it's just paint.
Arguably, anytime you have a dedicated lane for you,
Uh-huh.
it's going to be safer.
Okay.
If you choose to be on the road.
Okay.
Versus a sharrow.
Right. Thank you. That's it. That's questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Quack.
Great. Thanks for the report. Very thoughtful, as always. I got a couple questions. One was when you mentioned that there's a section that talks about reducing the margins next to the concrete barrier from 2 feet down to 1 feet, right? In order to not infringe on the right of way of the terraces. I think you opened by saying that, and there was a mention in your report that of reducing the 2 feet to 1 feet.
It's an option if we want to keep that bike lane. So if we're okay with not having a bike lane in the southbound direction from Deer Hill Road to the on-ramp, we're okay getting rid of that, then we don't need to do anything to those medians.
Okay,
So
but
those-
just when we do talk about 2 feet, because the middle is 10 feet, right? The middle 2 lanes of the separated path is 10 feet,
Right.
and
with
then
2 foot
there's
shoulders.
2 feet shoulders, then there's 2
K-rail.
feet of K-rail, and there's 2 more feet before the piece of paint, right?
Exactly.
So when you talk about a 1 foot reduction, are you talking about 1 foot? So that's 22 feet in total, right?
So you would get 4 feet. So reduce each of those by 1
You
foot.
each, okay, so
you
the
buy
2,
four.
2, 2, and 2 all go down 1, 1, 1, and
Right.
1. Okay.
Or you could do 0, 2, 2, 0. I don't recommend that. Or you could make the pathway, you could be 2, 0, 0, 2. I just need 4.
You need 4 feet. 5 feet doesn't help you, 6 feet doesn't help. You don't need 5 or 6?
No, I don't.
Okay, but
Just
so I
need
just
4.
want to understand where the ones and how many ones there were. So there are 4 feet that you're getting back. Okay, thank you for that. And then in the cost proposals, you have a couple that say if we design the east side, it's this cost. If we do the west side, it's that cost. So it sort of begs the question, like if we did the east side, then is the design, does that imply that all the southbound traffic is then coming over to cut over to the east side, use the east side, and then they go back to the other side? Like it's a combined usage. And so therefore what's gonna be drawn up is a bi-directional
That is correct.
path.
That would be the assumption.
And would you then have like bi-directional bicycle opportunities? You'd have enough room to do,
Well, it would still be a multi-use path. You same as the center, you just take the center median concept and move it over to the east side.
okay, so that sort of implies that there's no reason to do a study of both the east and the west side. You've only proposed one or the other, right?
If you really wanted to, you could do both, but I don't think I would suggest that. 'Cause
Okay, so
it would
and
be a waste.
if you did the west side, the implication is that the west side would be a bi-directional path or the east side is a bi-directional.
Correct.
You're not recommending both for that reason. Okay. I think that's my only questions for now. Thank you.
Great.
Vice Mayor Dawson. Okay. Couple of questions, just to be clear on the options. Does number 6 sort of include 1 through 5?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so if you couldn't do 6 without doing 1,
Well, arguably you could if you didn't want to have any preliminary work done. You just wanted to go straight forward with it and build it.
okay. And if you did 6, that would not necessarily include the signalized ramp terminals.
It would not include the signalized ramps.
So that would be separate. All right. And I apologize, I didn't ask you this question when we spoke this afternoon. Has there been a time recently when staff, when you or anyone on the city staff has sat down with Caltrans and had a discussion of what our issues are and our safety concerns about Pleasant Hill Road and what they might be willing to do? I mean, have we had that kind of face-to-face discussion with them?
I have not had that discussion. I don't know if Mike has had that discussion or Patrick in recent memory. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, you don't have to answer this now, maybe come back, but do you think it'd be worthwhile to schedule a meeting with Caltrans and just see what they're willing to do? Point out what our issues and problems are and just get a sense of what they might be willing to do? Or
They would want specific asks from us. It would need to be more directed. For example, going to them and saying, hey, we were thinking about putting in traffic signals at your on and off ramps. Would you let us do that? How would we do it? What are the problems we might have to overcome in order to accomplish that? If we just go to them and say, hey, we've got a bicycling and cycling community that would like us to do something here, what do you think we should do? I don't envision that being a particularly productive conversation.
okay, so you don't think going to them with just pointing out what our problems are, what the concerns about safety are, and just having a discussion with them about what they've done in other communities, and you don't think that would be fruitful?
I have guarded expectations. I can certainly do it. I mean, that doesn't cost anything. So I can do that.
Okay. No, sure, go ahead.
And so if they are going to install the RFFBs, probably we should talk to them sooner rather than later, right? Or Carol, you're thinking that there's any sort of, we should let them put the RFFBs in there no matter what, and then.
Well, I am just stepping back.
Right, exactly.
Looking at this and just each time, it's just such a difficult problem to figure out. And some things are just so expensive. And, obviously this whole thing was designed when Pleasant Hill Road was to be seen in the future as a freeway. And yet we have the full 4 cloverleaf. That maybe they've done that somewhere else and some other community has approached them and said, what can we do? We've got people coming off the freeway at high speed expecting a freeway. And it's now more of a residential, not residential, but it's more of a collector street than a freeway. It just, I don't know, we're facing the possibility of spending a lot of money, which as we get to the budget session, we'll find we don't have. And it just, there's such a key to this, it seems to me, and we're all speculating about what Caltrans would do. I mean, every time something comes up, it's, well, Caltrans would do this, or I think Caltrans would do that, not just city staff, but, everybody is citing Caltrans, and I don't have a clue what Caltrans would do. It just seems it might be worthwhile sitting down with them before we spend more money, just to see what they're thinking. Just a thought. But we can talk about that when we come to the discussion period.
Okay, so,
We'll stick to questions now. I'm sorry.
okay, I just, may I ask a clarifying
Sure.
question then? Because this was my, well, maybe I should hold it because my instinct was to hold it until after we go into discussion, but kind of along the similar line. But as we get into that discussion, Matt, what I heard you say is that just a general conversation about, what kinds of things have happened. And I do know examples of some intersections or clover leaves as part of these discussions that Mike talked about early on. If we had these kinds of decisions that the council's being asked to make tonight about additional studies, we could potentially go to them ahead of that with those very specific things about stop signs, signalized signalized ramps and speed humps and other things that might come out of the study that would show potentially a need for them and not having negative impacts on the traffic flow. We could potentially go and speak to them about that. Yes, yeah. Okay.
All right, and I don't have any further questions. So anyone else? Okay, so we'll open it for public comment. I just would note for the public that when we come back, following up on the staff report, I'm going to ask the council to provide guidance on what to do on the east side, north of Acalanes Road, what to do on the east side, south of Acalanes in the center median design. So give you a sense of that. And also guidance about the southbound bike lane, whether we should eliminate it or reduce the shoulders. I think we be more efficient for the people doing the design if we can give guidance. So if the public would like to comment on those, you're welcome to do it. And then if anyone wants to comment on Caltrans and their input, that's welcome as well. Okay, so are there public speakers?
Yes, Mayor Anduri, we have public speakers. First, we'll take the speakers that are in attendance, and then we will take the speakers that are visiting us via the webinar.
Okay,
So our first speaker is Peg Matson, who I believe is ceding her time to Ramsey Thomas. Is that correct? Right. So it'll be 6 minutes for Ramsey Thomas.
okay. And for the benefit of Mr. Thomas and for anyone who will be speaking, will be strictly following the 3-minute and in this case 6-minute guidelines. So when you see 6 minutes coming up, I ask
Where's the clock? Where's the clock? I gotta see it.
to wrap it up. It should be showing on the screen.
It will in a minute. There it goes.
There we go.
We thank the city council for giving us the opportunity to talk about this recommendation to not fund a study, although it seemed to be softening a bit. The simple reality is, regardless of what happens to this median strip, our community, and we believe almost everyone else that uses that pathway to bike or to walk, is going to choose to go down that east side parkway. That's been our experience. That's going to be the reality probably for decades to come. And to suggest that we not even spend $17,000 to study a little bit of improvement. Some of those improvements have been waiting for a long time, frankly, to look at that. It seems a little odd. So I don't know if we've missed the opportunity of this or not. You've already asked questions. Maybe there's going to be more time for questions. We would encourage the staff to ask some fairly tough questions of the staff, of you to ask some fairly tough questions of the staff regarding this and that. The Vision Zero asks for a data-driven approach to crash patterns. And so we would like someone to ask the staff, where is the data that says there is a crash pattern between cars and pedestrians and bikers on this strip of road? We know it's scary. We would love to see improvements from that. But scary does not mean automatically that it is dangerous. We have lived there for decades and decades, and we don't see any crash pattern at all. In fact, we haven't seen, most of us cannot remember a single incident of a crash between a biker and a pedestrian and a car. In contrast, and this is not pedestrians and bikers yet, hopefully, but in contrast, there is a very clear crash pattern at the two intersections where the red lights are. We sent pictures of a pretty awful crash in March down right next to the Shell station. It was wretched. Our experience is walking, jogging, riding bikes that we see piles of debris in those two intersections where the stoplights are fairly regularly. Plastic, metal left over from crashes. We would estimate at least 4 a year on both, maybe more. And those are exactly designed as the places where these bikers that are going to the center median strip are supposed to enter. If the traffic light is going to be longer now, but it's inevitable that some irresponsible car drivers, but they're driving, are going to be more tempted to accelerate on yellow lights, run through a red light. That's what happens when these crash patterns happen. That's not a safer entrance. That's not a safer place to take your bike. That's one question. A second question regarding data is, where is the data from a professional survey that suggests that bikers are actually going to choose that center median pathway as opposed to what they currently use? That is the east side pathway or the open road itself. The Acalanes high school community, which is supposed to be the beneficiary of this Safer Roads to Schools initiative or what it is, they've not been asked yet. One of our staff members, a woman who probably knows more about what's going on in Acalanes than anyone else, walked through her neighborhood recently. We asked her if she'd heard about this median strip, and she said, "Good Lord, no, we haven't heard a thing. That's the craziest idea I've heard. I would never let my child bike down such a pathway." So Acalanes doesn't know a clue, and that's supposed to be the intended, where's the sobering? The data, in other words, that the Project Zero or Vision Zero asked for. An impression is one thing. Data is something else altogether different. And there's not a lot of data yet, just impressions. A third and tougher question, I don't know if it's tougher or whatever, isn't it probably time for someone, staff, the city council itself, to admit that this median strip proposal is really for bikers only? No pedestrians are going to use that. No pedestrians in our community are going to use it. No one's going to choose to use that as a pedestrian. It just doesn't make any logical sense. It's for bikers only, which is fine. But be honest about it. And if when we're honest, that then becomes designated as a class 4 bike path. And a class 4 bike path has consequences, some of them interesting. The rather large, enormous study on bike paths provided by the state suggests that if a class 4 bike path is proposed or designated, that the similar and simultaneous studies should be made to make sure that pedestrians on the other end of that pathway are not going to be impacted in a negative way. It seemed to me that would open the door to the city council saying, well, yeah, if it's a class 4 bike path, we designate it such, we can spend some of this money we've got on this study of an east side parkway, because we have now designated this as a bike only pathway, which it almost certainly is going to be only. And then we can use some of that money that's already there to produce the study on the east side pathway. With two comparative studies, a survey of what preferred use is likely to be, median pathway, open road, east side parkway, the city council is working with some real information to start making a decision that makes some common sense. And we would urge you to move sort of in that direction. And we appreciate everyone's hard effort in this thing. It's become interesting. Thanks very much. Questions?
Okay, are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dwayne Nelson, and he has 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. First, my wife and I appreciate that the city council is listening to the concerns raised by numerous Lafayette residents about the Pleasant Hill Road median pathway by adding an agenda on tonight's city council meeting to fund the study of an alternative to the Pleasant Hill median pathway project. However, as we understand it, city staff is recommending the denial, as Matt has mentioned already, of spending any funds to look at an alternate. At the same time, city staff is continuing to actively push forward with the $3.2 million plan, which ignores serious concerns from not only Lafayette residents, but also Lafayette's own Transportation and Circulation Committee. An overview of safety improvements and an example. Recently, and the city has done a lot of good things. That one of the recent ones is by Akalani's High School on Stanley Boulevard. The city proactively added a number of speed bumps and a solar-powered flashing yellow light, which is adjacent to the Akalani's football field. With this improvement, there were a number of positives. First of all, slowing down traffic, creating a safer way to cross Stanley, both going to school or walking your dogs or your grandkids, as we do. Not the same time, sorry, with both good signage and flashing lights. I don't believe that from this project, there were any negatives from a safety standpoint. Contrast that with the city's current plan for the Pleasant Hill median strip. In that case, the gains and losses, as I got from reading Matt's report today, is basically, you have to kind of read between the lines because it's the scale of the things that are happening. So first of all, I'll mention the gains, which are specific, and Matt covers very well, is pedestrians and bikes won't have to confront Highway 24 on and off ramps, but there's a caveat: if pedestrians and bikes actually use the pathway. That's a very important point. The losses that I could see, and first thing is, traffic will be delayed if pedestrians or bicyclists use the facility. And what Matt said in his report, the specific language was no change in delay, no change in vehicular delay unless pedestrians or bicyclists use the facility. Well, obviously the city has to believe that people are going to use it or they wouldn't put it in. Therefore, it's automatic. There will be a delay. That delay with the amount of traffic going through Pleasant Hill is a major concern for safety. We live off of Akalani's Avenue, people going through, cutting through. That's a serious problem. So I've got 14 seconds. So I would just ask, the city council has to assess gains and losses by pushing ahead with a project that does create serious safety problems for bicyclists, local neighborhoods, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And question.
I do. Thank you. Excuse me. The speed humps and the RFPs on Stanley, I agree. I think they're fabulous. What experience do you have? Do people actually look at those RFPs and stop when they see them flashing? Has that been,
Yes.
or are people?
Yes, you still have to, just at a stoplight, you've got to make sure they see you and stop. But yes, people have reacted well.
Okay,
It's been very helpful.
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Gilbert Wolcher.
I would like to see my brief.
Okay, Cheryl Anderson will have 6 minutes.
Hello, I'm a neophyte at speaking, so here goes.
Yeah, welcome.
Forgive me for anything that I decide that we should do that is not a good idea. I would like to look at you while I'm speaking, but I think I need to read so I get it all done. And then first, I was going to suggest to anyone who can that you read Ramsey Thomas's most thorough and articulate letter to the City Council dated June 22nd. But there it is back on the table. So cool. And I felt I had to stand in favor of the analysis and support of the East Pleasant Hill Road pathway because I think the median strip pathway offers more possible dangerous outcomes. I have lived here since 1978 and my husband since 1985 on the property at the end of Acalanes Avenue off Pleasant Hill Road. We have gone on 2+ walks a week during all that time that always include the East Pleasant Hill Road path. We understand that the freeway entrances and exits always need more focus when crossing, i.e. can't be jabbering or be on the phone, but we have never felt unsafe in all those years. I understand that data supposedly supports our experience. No crashes reported at those points. The dangerous accidents, as Ramsey was talking about, some fatal and horrific, have almost always been at the intersection, which are planned as the entrances and exits to the possible median strip pathway, Mount Diablo and Pleasant Hill Road, and especially at Stanley and Pleasant Hill Road. The strip could mean more foot and bike traffic and could really make it more dangerous for our Acalanes High School students. If you live in this neighborhood, you see also readily that one of the big contributions to the crashes are people running the red stoplights from slightly to full out blatantly. You see it happen often to others or experience it personally. One other issue, if the median strip is put in the driving lanes on either side, I guess may probably have to be smaller, so it may all feel more crowded and congested. The ones inside the strip seem more captive and vulnerable until they get to one side or the other. What about cars changing lanes and possibly getting too close and scraping the cement strip with nervous people right there? Or what about car accidents that cause a few cars to get jumbled and maybe hit the cement barrier, or there are car parts flying a bit? Median occupants have nowhere to go until they can work their way out. It remains to be seen how useful such a median strip path would be. First, bicycles and pedestrians are not good next to each other in small enclosed spaces. And would they want to take the extra time needed to use the crosswalks that lead to getting you into and out of the median strip? When I first heard about the median strip, like a person landing from another planet, when I heard that idea, I was floored and head shaken because it seemed so counterintuitive that someone would walk or bike down the middle of the road with 2 lanes of traffic to either side, even with a partial concrete barrier, which cannot be totally abrasive. It made no common sense to me. So anyway, I guess that's less than 6 minutes, maybe. Thank you for listening and for what already seemed to be improvements in signs and lights, working on the freeway entrances and exits, or some of us had noticed that. And finally, you will still see me and my husband walking up and down East Pleasant Hill Road, no matter how this plays out. We would choose that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet Thomas.
Welcome.
Thank you. City Council and staff. My name is Janet Thomas. I live at 3206 Palomares Avenue off of Acalanes Avenue. And as I mentioned in my letter to you, the median strip proposal has motivated me to speak about a situation I've been aware of for decades. There are ways that the walkway along Pleasant Hill Road could be improved, and I've known this for decades, to enhance safety, attractiveness, and use. But I've really not felt compelled to say anything until the median strip pathway proposal came up. So I'd like to just again reiterate, first of all, that I can understand and actually have heard that this is a very scary and potentially dangerous for many people, especially bikers. But I still stand by my claim, as Cheryl did. I'm not afraid to walk on the east side pathway. I have jogged, ridden a bike with kids, pushed a stroller there over the years. I've always done so, knowing that I need to be cautious at the on and off ramps. In most cases, autos will stop as I approach the sidewalk, or I wait until the path is clear. However, there are some various obvious ways of remedying some of the safety concerns along the corridor that I just want to take this opportunity to remind you of. The first is cutting the vegetation near the on and off ramps to improve driver visibility of bikers and pedestrians. Pedestrians are coming here. The people on the on and off ramps can't even see them, or vice versa. There's another picture. This is an on and off ramp, and I know that I think Stella actually told Caltrans about it, and they said that they cleared some of the eucalyptus. This is what's remaining. And I know, as Matt mentioned, it's hard to work with Caltrans, but I think we need to try, despite what happens. Emboldening and shifting the crosswalks is really important. As Carl mentioned, this had initially been meant to be a high part of a highway. The crosswalks don't make sense in many cases, and that should, whatever we do, we should try to improve where those crosswalks are. That way, the drivers and people using the pathway would feel safer. Replacing, in my mind, the current sidewalk, the wider pathway that has a barrier between the path and car traffic to allow two-way biking, in other words, and pedestrian use, which this would be a class 1 pathway. It would be ideal, I feel. A wider path would allow bikers who currently use the green lanes to no longer have to, they have to now cross over a lane of traffic merging onto the freeway, which if I were a biker, my son-in-law finds that the scariest thing. That would no longer have to be the case because you would be together. I'm going to ask Margie Darlington, could you? Margie Darlington has a slip and would cede me some time. Is that okay, Joanne? Thank you. At the eastern corner of Pleasant Hill Road and Mount Diablo Boulevard, near the veterinary hospital, taking out the merge lane. So if you're coming north on Pleasant Hill Road at the vet hospital at Mount Diablo Boulevard, one of, in my mind, the scariest places to walk in Lafayette is right across that little, maybe 5 feet of a merge lane onto the highway. People are speeding and don't even look to see if there are pedestrians. There is a little island there. I would highly recommend that in fact, that be replaced with a right turn at the stoplight. In my view, this is one of the most dangerous places to walk in Lafayette. And simply making the whole pathway look more attractive through resurfacing and landscaping, and thus more comfortable for those traveling on it. As well as the fact that this is an entry point to Lafayette. For some people coming to Lafayette, it's the first they see of Lafayette. In my letter, I cited my reasons for not thinking that the median strip pathway is the best way to improve safety, and I ask you to refer to my letter for that reasoning. I'm not going to go into that, but I want to reiterate that I and others from my neighborhood would really like to work with the city staff as we move forward to try to do what's best for this important transportation corridor. And I request that the city not pursue construction of the median strip pathway until thorough consideration, discussion, and analysis of the pros and cons of an expanded east side class 1 pathway versus the proposed median strip pathway has taken place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
I have Christie ceding time to Steve Slovic. Thank you. That'll be 6 minutes.
What is it, Mr. Sloat? Sloat. You're welcome.
All right, thank you. I'm Steve Slosik. I live at 1167 Nogales Street in the Blythe Creek neighborhood. Been a resident there for 20 years. I think my kind of support what you've heard so far and thinking that the center median idea is a very flawed idea. I come at it from a little different perspective. I'm someone who's also commutes by bicycle over this very path that exists there, and I've been doing that for years. I'm not a road warrior. I'm a 63-year-old who rides a 30-year-old mountain bike. But I think that the whole path that somehow you've got hooked on this idea of the center median by free money, and there seems to be no ability to stop what seems to be a bad idea. And so I do support pursuing alternatives before you continue down this path. I applaud the intent, but I do think it's a bad idea. I actually very much enjoy the improvements that were already made by adding the kind of the green marking and so on. I think that was a substantial change for the better. I can say that I do what I've asked, and I've sent a message that my main point here was, while supporting alternatives, to also say that if I'm kind of looking for a commitment from the council, ideally even kind of as a motion, but if when you get to the point, since you've already approved proceeding with the design work of this center median, that you stop, and before you commit to even pursuing any funding for the center median, that you ask staff to clearly evaluate kind of cleanly, not the report to me that all these reports, and I've been involved for quite a while on this, aren't clear about kind of an analysis of option A, put in the center median, option B, do nothing. What are the net benefits, positive and negative? It seems to me that this whole approach has been solely looking at, I'm going to eliminate this traffic conflict, and everything else is secondary. So the whole process has been to make all the implications less bad. And I don't think that's the right approach. I'm an architect. When you look at something, I think you want to start from the beginning at your alternatives before you move forward. Unfortunately, we're kind of past that kind of point right now in the process. So what I did ask is kind of 5 things that I think you need to ask when you get to that point. One is a bike rider more or less safe if they take this center median? I contend that I would be less safe. Now, there isn't really, I've heard a lot about no one thinking that pedestrians would take this path, and I think maybe that's true. But I have to assume they would, because you're building it. So what you're asking, you're saying, I'm going to put bicycles, e-bikes, e-scooters, kids, walking with their cell phone and their headphones on, and I'm going to put those all in this center of Pleasant Hill Road, and I'm going to say that that's safer than the existing condition. As a bike rider, I think I'm more likely to get in an accident there than I am on the side of the road. The accident might be different as long as I don't fall over the K-rail into oncoming traffic, but I think you have a lot of potential for something that you would never normally do. You're not asking bikes to ride on the sidewalk. That doesn't make sense, but here you are. You're saying, I'm going to put bikes going in 2 directions and pedestrians all in the same place. This doesn't seem to make sense. So step back, look holistically, is this better or worse on safety? Is it more convenient? It's clearly, for me, far less convenient. Right now, I wait at 1 stoplight, 1 signal. I turn left if I'm going to BART, and I'm on Pleasant Hill, and then I've got a right-hand turn, and I'm kind of home free. If I have to take the center median, I need to wait for 3 signals. I need 2 signals to get to the center median. I get to the end, then I have to wait for another signal. I think it'd be 2 to 4 minutes potentially. It's about 2 minutes at the signal at Pleasant Hill right now. It's even worse coming back, because not only is it the same 1 to 3 signals, but I can't even turn right onto Akalani's. I've got to go all the way to the end and backtrack. It's kind of totally inconvenient. So who's going to use this? I don't even know if there's an analysis currently of who currently uses the road. I've never seen any analysis that says what bikers are using or pedestrians are using it. There's nothing there. So I think an interesting thing about traffic was mentioned earlier was the comment in the bullet points that we have is there'll be no change in vehicular delay at the intersection unless pedestrians or bicyclists use the facility. That's kind of an insane statement, that you'll have no impact unless someone uses it. We don't even know how many people are going to use it or what that impact might be. So again, I just think that there's no data. This has been forcing an idea without stepping back and holistically looking at the approach. A couple other things: impacts on the neighborhood. The first proposal, the first meeting, you actually eliminated the right-hand turn onto Stanley. That was crazy. How could someone even think of proposing that? So when you go ahead, please look at whatever it ends up the design being and ask, how is this going to affect the Reliance Creek neighborhood? And then the high school drop off and pickup. I am concerned that no one's even looked at what actually happens, but I am concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for the speaker? I have a question. Actually, I have two questions. First, I want to make sure I understood one of the points you made. You said you wanted a commitment that before the city pursues funding for the center median, there'd be an analysis of A, the center median, and B, I thought I heard you say nothing. Was that?
Yeah, let me clarify that. I would say yes, before you proceed with funding construction, that you step back and have just a simple plus minus comparison of whatever ends up being proposed, what's the current condition, and I should have added any of these other alternates that you pursue, just how simple, not long, better, worse, no change. That's what I was asking.
Okay, thank you. And then as I understand it, what's being proposed for the east side is a class 1 walkway, which I understand to be a 10-foot wide walkway that can accommodate pedestrians and two-way bike traffic. Is that correct? Which sounds very similar to the center median, which will be basically.
We basically are copying what we do in the center median, putting it on the side of the road.
Yeah, so in terms of flow of pedestrians, I realize, well,
Yeah,
do you see a difference? It sounds like it's.
No, well, I'm not in this, personally, if I'm riding my bike, I'm not in the center of Pleasant Hill Road with two kind of concrete barriers on each side. I don't think, honestly, that as a bike rider, I think the right solution is to allow confident bike riders to stay on the sides of the roads and not make it more dangerous, to keep what you
Well,
have.
let me refine my question then. Do you see a difference in terms of potential accidents between a class 1 walkway or multi-purpose walkway on the east side or the center median?
I honestly don't know the specific details of what the alternate would be as far as the configuration and the layout.
Assume it's the same.
If it's exactly the same and the same number of people were in it, I guess the situation would be the same. That's why I'm advocating that, if there's my opinion would be, if there's a casual or a not so confident bike rider that's going slow, then I actually think not being in the center of the road is probably better to be on the east road than being in the center of the road. And if you're going at a pace that's slow, you're not likely to meet, someone on an e-bike going 25 miles an hour or something like that. They and myself probably want to stay on as safe as you can make it, but path alongside of the right side of the road going north and south.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hope I answered.
Yeah, no, you did. Thank you.
Our final speaker in the room is Stella Witherspoon.
Thank you, Council.
Welcome.
Thank you. I speak as Stella Witherspoon, not as a member of TransCirc Commission. First, I want to thank you for asking staff for obtaining the cost estimates for options for studies of an east side path. And I encourage you to fund studies 1 and 3 through 5 to understand the comparative pros and cons of continuing a class 1 pathway that exists south of Mount Diablo Boulevard. We need to understand how the freeway ramps can be controlled via stop sign or signal. This would create conditions similar to the southern pathway. And I would not limit the study design to signalized ramps, but rather allow the consultant to determine the optimal method of traffic control. You're correct that there's a freeway-like quality of Pleasant Hill Road and that it results from its physical design as a future placeholder for future freeway. But it's time to work with Caltrans to redesign Pleasant Hill Road to align with the local scale. The width of the right of way and the free right off ramps maintain drivers' perception that they're still on a freeway. And this is why we see 85th percentile speeds well in excess of the posted 35 mph limit. Caltrans has entered a new era, as I understand. In 2020, it launched a division of safety and adopted the safe system framework. The director is actually a former Transit commissioner. We need to engage with Caltrans. We actually know the person who, some of us may know the person who directs that. I do not, but I know others in the room do. Exploring the control of the off-ramps aligns with the goals of Vision Zero, and the tactic of reducing speed is a major focus in the 2023 draft Local Road Safety Plan. The crash analysis for that plan found that none of the incidents on Pleasant Hill Road involved a bicyclist or pedestrian, and all were motor vehicle or motorcycle crashes. Speed and inattention were the factors. So controlling speed will benefit all modes: automobile, pedestrian, bicyclist. Interestingly, from 2009 to 2020, the city actually had a Pleasant Hill Road, Deer Hill to Stanley to Mount Diablo corridor study on the Transit work plan. And the intent was to look at ways to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. It actually appeared on 2 grant candidate lists and was described as development of a corridor plan for Pleasant Hill Road. To that extent, consider walkway facilities, improved crossings at freeway on and off ramp, safety improvements, and feasibility of southbound bike lanes. So funding those studies I mentioned, 1 and 3 through 5 of the east side alternative, would achieve the goals of the corridor study envisioned over that 11-year span. And it would also complete the due diligence of possibilities of these 2 alternatives. And most importantly, I think it would be meaningful engagement with the broader public that you've heard from. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
We have no more speakers in the house, but we do have Marianne Hoisington had her hand raised. Marianne, if you still wish to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Okay. Oh.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Marianne.
Okay, thank you very much. I understood this project was designed to protect the Ocalana students as they rode their bikes to school. And if that is the case, it bothers me that I was speaking to a grandmother of children who go to Ocalanas, and they told her hardly anyone rides a bike to school. So my question is, how many young people at Ocalanas will be using this project? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
No other speakers.
Okay, all right. So we'll close the public hearing.
I see a speaker today. Are you there?
Hello. I'm not sure if you
You
can.
have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is my first time attending one of the Lafayette City Council meetings. Thank you for having this. Can you all hear me?
Yes, and could you identify yourself if you wish to?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Sadia Sefi. I live at 840 Relief Station Road, and so I'm a frequent traveler through Pleasant Hill Road, and I grew up here and went to Ocalanes, so I'm pretty familiar with the area. My question was more about the area south of Mount Diablo on Pleasant Hill Road. There's been a recent change to the bike lane right before the roundabout. One of the lanes was converted. I don't know if this is part of
We'll be addressing that in the next item.
Okay.
So if you will call on you first on the virtual speakers when we come to that item.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I see a hand raised by Cheryl. Cheryl, are you wanting to address the city council on item 9A?
I'll be really quick. Yes.
Okay,
I just wanted to say that I agree with many of the speakers, their concerns and looking into the funding for the East End project, just looking for the study. And I know that there's been a difficult Caltrans relationship in the past, but I really liked and felt really encouraged with Stella Witherspoon said, and I think we should definitely look forward to speaking with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
and we have a speaker, Libby Henry. Libby, it's item 9A.
Am I on?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, hi. So I was gonna go down there and I thought I'd be in time to address this issue. I didn't know you moved it up. I just wanted to say that I saw the recommendation from Mr. Lutrop. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name. And I'm very disheartened by the disingenuous, what I feel is disingenuous part of the staff and Mr. Lutrop about the East Side pathway. The vast majority of the people of Lafayette, and in particular the people who are most affected by this, would much rather see an alternative to this median project. And to say that it doesn't solve the problems, well, you know, unless you're going to make no pedestrians, no bikeways, or no cars, one way or the other, there's going to be problems no matter what you do. And the median, they fail to mention that the median pathway creates a lot more problems than it solves. And for one thing, according to the report, it is a lot cheaper, a lot less expensive to do the preliminary work on this study than what is currently being done. So I just want to say that I hope that the council rejects staff's recommendation and pursues going further with this, because I don't feel like it was given fair attention by the people involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much.
We have no other speakers on the
Okay,
webinar,
we'll
so.
bring it back to the council. And what I'd like to do now is have another round of questions, because I know several questions occurred to me. And then give staff a chance, any comments you want to make further, and then we'll do the council discussion. So questions? Not, I'm going to ask mine. Okay. Mr. Thomas raised a point with respect to use of the funds that we've received for the, if I understood the point correctly, with respect to the median pathway. And that is, if we do designate the center median as primarily for bikes or exclusively for bikes, and it's deemed to be a class 4 bikeway, then we're required to study effects on pedestrians, which might lead us then to be able to study an alternative on the east side and use part of the study funds for that. Is that within the realm of possibility?
I don't believe it is, because the grant funding that we received was for a multi-use pathway in the center median. So changing that would require us to get approval for that.
Okay, thank you. And then what is the extent of the interaction with the school district then, but specifically the Acalanes Union High School District?
I have not personally reached out to them. They received notices just like everybody else did. We had the A-frames up. Quite frankly, anyone who had no idea about this project occurring over the last year or so, I don't know how they couldn't. There's been a great deal of information on social media, A-frames, public meetings, as evidenced by the people that have turned out to my public meetings. There are a lot of people there, so.
And then I think the last time we discussed this, there was a comment that we might need 8 feet of right of way from the terraces project in order to do this, but this is new information we have tonight that we don't need to do that, or
They already baked it into their design. They already had assumed that they were going to be giving us that much right away to accommodate the center median pathway plus the 5-foot bike lane that they had included in their design.
Okay, so if they're fine, we get the 8 feet, they've got that in their design. But does that mean that we don't have to decide between a bikeway and narrowing the shoulders?
No, we do still have to make that choice. We still have to decide, do we want a dedicated bike lane in the southbound lanes from Deer Hill to the on-ramp? We can have that, but then we need to reduce the shoulders in the center median pathway and adjacent lanes. or
Even
vice
if we
versa.
have the additional 8
Correct.
feet of right.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else have questions? Councilmember Kendall.
So first off, to follow up on Carl's question about talking to Akalani's. And so we haven't ever reached out to them. I know we did extensive outreach to them when we were doing all the changes, the speed humps and the RFPs and all the safe route stuff. And so we haven't done any of that with this
No.
center median. There was no official contact
No, because
ever.
as all of you are aware, this project took a slightly different
Said,
path.
I know,
than normal.
right.
So
But we
it
still
goes-
could, or no?
We could, but at this point, we're already starting the design work,
But
so.
we still could. I mean,
Sure.
okay.
Sure.
Right, perfect. So the question about data, is there any plan? I know before we set out the Burton Valley pilot, we did a last minute, delay and collected a whole bunch of data before and after. Are we thinking that that will be part of this process?
No, what sort of data would you want to collect?
I don't know, Root may be able to, remember how we did all that data in Burton Valley?
We did an analysis of the number of kids who were biking to and from the school and the number of pedestrians.
Exactly, right. So you're saying we're not going to, would we think about doing that for this project, even at this
Sure.
point?
We could collect that data now, and then part of we would probably want to collect that data the year before it gets built, and then collect the data the year after. Since we have no idea when this project will actually get built, because it's based on funding, I wouldn't think collecting data right now would be particularly useful, especially if it's built 5-6 years from now, because people's habits can change quite a bit in that span. But if we want to, we certainly can collect before and after data when we build it.
Great. But we still could do the outreach to Akalani's and ask them how many kids they think might use it. That could happen anytime. We could.
We could, yeah, we certainly could. I'm not sure what that data would look like, because it would simply be, so how many people do you think use it? Well, I don't know, maybe 10.
Right, fine.
Yeah, but we can certainly
Yeah.
ask it. Again, it costs nothing.
Right. So another question about the studies. If we do these studies, these don't talk about the RFFPs. Or are we going to assume like the east side multi-use pathway, if we study it, will include the fact that we're going to have RFPs in there or not?
Well, the studies that we're talking about in this list are not, for the east side are not, their pros and cons are part of that analysis. And that certainly the RFBs can be included in that
Perfect.
pros and cons
That was
list.
my question. Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. Thanks. Oh, and one more. Okay. The bulb outs that we might do when the blue on the east side, would those bulb outs, when I look at like solid things in that roadway, I think it affects evacuations, like, solid things like that. Would there be any thought about talking to fire and understanding if they think that it might have any impact on our evacuation routes?
They're not really taking any lanes. And if you make the bulb outs go away, they didn't.
Well, they're not there
It-
now. It's a
yeah.
big thing that's going to be new in the road.
Right.
So,
But it's not taking away any lanes.
well, people are using it right now. Right? I see the Google map shows people 3 lanes wide there for a long way. It's just.
Yeah, from Acalanes to the turn pocket there, that particular section, you could arguably sneak a couple cars in that area.
Right.
If we painted those, if it was just painted or painted with delineators, the fire department could drive.
Exactly. And that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
I have a further question on the strip map suggestions for 1 or number 2. I was just trying to clarify what is the deliverable going to look like in that report when you talk about the pros and cons. Is it going to be the pros and cons compared to what?
Compared to the center median.
Okay. And so just to double clarify, any concepts for the east side, if we picked option number 1, the east side concepts that are developed are in lieu of the median, not in addition to, right? So
Correct.
the designers will start with current conditions, right? And then they're going to paint out a vision for the east side and then weigh the pros and cons against the median.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right, comments? Councilmember Garinger.
So first of all, thank you to staff and thank you to all the members of the public members of the public, even if you sit on Transcirc. We got lots of very detailed analysis and thoughts on how to look at this and how to look at the doing the additional funding for studies on the east side. Well, actually, thank you, Matt, for providing the west side as well. I think, Mayor, you at the beginning had said that you were breaking it into a couple of different decision points. And so I wanted to start with maybe the easier, maybe not, but if the buffers that Matt talked about, both at the north of Acalanes Avenue, as we go into the right turn lane and looking at vegetation and whether it's hardscape or paint and sticks for right now, similar to sort of what's there already, but maybe bigger. And then the farther out, I'm acting like there's a map there, and then the northbound, but south of Acalanes Avenue, I am in support of looking at both of those. That was part of what we had asked for during the decision to move forward with the study and design of the center median. And so I'm supportive of that as a part of this decision, no matter where we go, excuse me, with the additional studies or supporting staff's recommendation.
Then maybe just try to make it.
I was following your bullet points.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And I was thinking if we focus on that because the council has voted to move forward with the detailed study. So now we're giving guidance on particular aspects of that detailed study that become more apparent as we looked at the east side option. So let's take those one by one because they're kind of independent of the other decision we're going to make. So just if you could just what are the options you see with respect to on the east side, northbound, north of Acalanes?
Well, if I can get my computer to be up in the world again.
Etrix, yeah.
The options are relatively limited. Once you get to the turn pocket here, we just don't have any room left.
Okay, but that's the same as it is now.
Same as it is now. So there, we don't have much in the way of options. Once you go south, we have quite a few options. So, as I pointed out, we can make this whole blue area either a landscaped area. It can be painted with delineators that fire personnel can drive over. We could eliminate it entirely. If the concern is, hey, I want it to be even easier to get to that right turn pocket, you could conceivably extend that right turn pocket almost all the way to Acalanes Avenue, but you'd be pushing the cars right up against the sidewalk, which is what people said that they were a little apprehensive about. Starting right about here, this portion is owned by EB Mud. So we might have an easier time of acquiring an easement, although it is directly over the top of their aqueducts. So they may be apprehensive about the retaining walls that would be needed to make the sidewalk wider. But there are more options once you get here. Once you're over here, you're talking the gas station and houses, and that's a little harder.
Okay, so what are the options on that stretch between the right turn? Yeah, between there and
Right
Acalanes?
here.
No, between where you were.
Right here. Okay. So there, if you wanted to acquire more right of way, no right of way. Okay. So no right of way, the options are we can do a striped median in blue. We could do landscape in the blue area. We could do something slightly smaller than the full 10 feet that the blue area is, or you could do nothing and actually make it more road that people could use like they use now, as kind of cheating their way to the right turn lane. Those are the options that I see in that particular area.
Okay, does anyone want to address that?
Well, right now there's a bike lane in there, so it is painted with green. So presumably cars would not like just drive into there. They might visually see that as a green area, that they should only cross at the hashed green.
Well, we actually put delineators in there because we were finding that they were driving in it.
Okay.
And that amounts to about 7 feet of real estate that is currently being used there for the bike lane and a painted separation between the bikes and cars, which is why when you look at this, you see, wow, there's a whole 10 feet that we can work with. Because as you'll notice, I'm pointing at it like you can see my finger pointing at it. This red line here is the existing median. So that's getting carved away to give us more left turn pocket as part of the terraces development, which is why I think you're ending up with about 10 feet on the other side that's usable for whatever purpose we wish to use it for.
Is there any way to maintain the bike lane? Don't use the blues. So for first, I look at this and I say, if they're solid, that absolutely affects our evacuation routes. Right now, there's just a lot of real estate and that will. And I hesitate on our major evacuation routes that we do things like this. I would at least talk to fire and get their impressions. And I'm very concerned that we're eliminating the bike lane that's on there as well. Where are they going to go? We'll have to have sharrows, and those two lanes and that little road diet right in the middle there are probably going to be the most heavily trafficked lanes in all of Lafayette. And we're sharrowing it with the bikes. And I think that's a real concern for me. I think that's a real negative. And so I'm not a big fan of this for those two pretty major reasons.
So from that, just to be clear, you wouldn't recommend creating those buffers.
No.
You would rather have it just be open real estate.
Oh, I would
Okay.
for those two, pretty, and those are big safety reasons.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, but recognizing there's no bike lane.
Recognize,
'Cause
Yeah, which
my
I think,
underst-
no, we could fit a bike lane there.
No, because you wouldn't have anything when you got to either side of that. So you could have a bike lane here, but you wouldn't have a bike lane here.
But right,
And
if you
then-
don't, I get that, but the bikes, they would naturally just take that
And-
spot.
Right, and you wouldn't have a bike lane here either.
Right, I understand all that. I still think I think this is a really dangerous thing for the road warriors and our fire.
Right, just to be clear, you will have the real estate, it
Right.
just won't be striped as a bike lane. Because it wouldn't make any sense to have this little tiny chunk of bike lane in the middle of nowhere with no bike lane on either side. Because you
Right,
won't.
right, and so okay, so back to my point, I don't like it. Right, I think that this is a problem. I think that we've got two major safety issues if we go with this design. For those reasons. There's no way to fit the bikes and it's pretty uncontrolled. And we've negatively impacted our evacuation route. So I don't like this design.
Right.
Right.
I got that. I just want to make sure I understand the direction you're going, because the center median is still there.
I don't think that's a good option. I think I don't think you're
Okay.
going to design your way out of those two safety problems, unfortunately, right? With this particular design.
Okay, and recognizing we're having this particular discussion on the assumption that we're designing a center median. And so this is what. we're
Right, and so
designing
I think
to
this
be.
is just in the cons column then. These are the things that are going to be negatively impacted by it.
Okay,
I
Vice
just-
Mayor Dawson.
I just want to ask a quick question to your point about the evacuation route. This is north of 24. You know, if you're thinking of evacuation, people would probably evacuate to 24. Does that, you know?
I mean, fires do go
Sure.
in both directions.
Well, that's true. That is, but the first responders would go that way is what you're worried about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was thinking evac of the residents, right? Okay.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is just leave it to the designers. I don't think we have particular guidance on this. Okay, so the second one is now moving south. The block south from Acalanes. And what is possible? What are the possibilities there?
Okay,
It's going to end up being the same thing.
same thing. And I guess maybe I'm a little slow tonight, but I just want to make sure that the direction is don't go forward with mitigating how close the cars are to the edge of the road is what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is just leave it as open real estate. Don't do any of that. And
We have to do the
Just
pros and cons, right? And so there's a lot of cons.
we're building the center median.
Right, I get that.
So the question at hand is, do we try to mitigate moving the cars closer to the people on the sidewalk on the east side or not?
If this is the design that is, but you have to think about the bike lanes and you have to think about evacuation routes. You can't just think about the PEDs. This is
But-
vision zero, it's all, right? And so I don't think this is the final design that we should pursue.
Although, if I understand this correctly, there's no room for the bike lane. Is that
Right.
correct?
Right,
No matter what we do.
So if I just want to make, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
flog a dead horse, but I just want to make sure I understand that you don't want to mitigate moving the cars closer to the people on the sidewalk, because it's very binary. You either are mitigating it or you're not.
I would maybe put a K-rail on the side of the sidewalk.
So
So
that's
you
what
don't get rid of, so you don't take space from the road and you don't,
well, you would take space from the road. You take
little
4
bit.
feet.
but, okay, so I guess I don't like this particular design. It has too many downsides. I don't think we've struck the right,
Right, and I need to give
Balance.
the designer some direction. So I'm doing the center median. I need to know what we're going to do on the edge of the road. And there are
Yes.
two choices. We either do nothing
Mhm.
or
no, I don't think that nothing
do
is.
something. And
I
what's
don't like
something?
this. I think this
Why?
is right. We have to think some other way.
Okay, but where this ends up though is we're going to have a detailed design. That doesn't mean we're allocating funds. It doesn't mean we're approving going ahead. All we're doing is giving guidance with respect to doing a detailed design. That's all we're doing tonight.
Right.
And if the detailed design comes back to us and we evaluate it, this comes back to one of the speakers. I like, evaluate A against B, nothing.
Right.
And in your mind, this would be a con.
Right.
And, we just, before we just go forward, we evaluate the pros and the cons. If there's no way we can get around eliminating a bike lane, then that may be seen as a fatal problem. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just pointing that out. Is there an alternative? And I hate to even bring this up, but more right of way from the terraces project?
No.
Okay, so, all right, Councilmember Quack.
Oh, okay. I just want to try to see if I understand what the ask is here, but we're looking at the blue area north of Acalanes Avenue, right? And you're asking for direction on what should we tell the designers to do with that, right? Should the blue be blacktop, for example, and stay the same? And that would not necessarily provide any buffer to the sidewalk, which is the northern edge of the blue, right?
Correct.
Pretend that blue was all blacktop. That's option one. Option two, I think you said landscaping, so that we actually plant things in there and however high it is, but it becomes a barrier that keeps cars closer to the center median, but it creates that landscape barrier from the sidewalk. Would you say that's a second option that to be considered?
Correct.
Okay, and then I think I heard a third option, which was like, if you didn't want something as formalized as landscape, but you wanted something that fire trucks could drive right over, then maybe you have some sort of plastic barriers or something that are visual, that
Right.
they don't keep really cars out, but they're either at whatever height they are to create a visual buffer. And would that be a third option of design?
Correct. Kind of like what we have down by the roundabout. So a bunch of delineators that people in cars are not going to want to drive over, but the fire department can drive.
They could drive over. So are those the three options? Are there any more that I might have missed?
Those are the three I'm aware of.
Okay, so you would like us to tell you, A, B, or C in this meeting?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay, and do you have a preference?
I would say I want a barrier. I don't want to take any roadways away. And so this is not giving me that, a narrow barrier.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question? So Matt, what's there now in terms of, there is a bike lane, but there are delineators that have been put in?
North of
there, and
Acalanes
then-
Avenue.
Okay, so back to coming back with, so we hear nothing raised on the roadway, but it could potentially be paint and delineators that create a little median that could go around the blue pieces and could potentially, would solve the evacuation issues, but would actually make people realize that they shouldn't be driving in that space. They drive in the bike lanes, but this would attempt to make people realize that they wouldn't drive there, and that would create a safety, make the pedestrians on the sidewalk feel more safe potentially.
Correct.
I am supportive of that particular design coming back because I think it addresses Councilmember Candel's concern about, and for me, it actually is an attempt to address what we had asked you to do, which was to make pedestrians on that sidewalk feel more comfortable.
Okay, and just to clarify, then the bicycles, the road warriors would be in the lane,
Mhm.
and there'd be sharrows in that lane.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So we have a proposal for C.
Right, I would agree with that being where I'd be leaning.
Okay, I'm for C.
Sure, but then make sure that we know that we're very aware that we've lost a bike lane.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's the guidance. On to the second one, south of Acalanes. Same thing. There's not
Same
room
thing.
for a bicycle. So I think are we C there as well? We're gonna create a bull market for delineators. Okay. All right, and then the other area is okay, the southbound bike lane. We can either eliminate it or we can reduce the shoulders on the center median. And so in terms of well, there's a number of options there. Taking a foot from each one. I'm just going to say that, you know, if we're doing the center median, I think we have to have 2 feet between the roadway and the K-rail, and we have to have 2 feet between the inside of the K-rail and the lane. I would not take away that space. So my vote is going to be for keeping those buffers and doing away with the bike lane, if we have to make that choice. So other opinions, Councilmember.
Okay, well, I'll take an opposing direction because I sort of like the idea if we can preserve the bike lane and if there's not a significant decrease in safety from a 2 foot to 1 foot. And again, I would, through much of today's conversation, I continue to reflect on the half an hour I spent on the San Mateo 3rd Avenue overcrossing where I saw 60, 70, 80, 90 people walking across that in half an hour. There were 90% pedestrians, not cyclists, walking on. They didn't have 10 feet. I think they had more like 8 feet. They didn't have 2 feet. They had only 1 to the K-roll, and then they had only 1 to the paint stripe.
That's why you didn't see cyclists.
And so it was narrower, but there were many, many people using it as a part of their daily travels to cross over Highway 101. And being there at that time really gave me a lot more confidence that this is a viable mechanism. They also had they still had east and west sidewalks and ways that they crossed over the 2 butterflies. And I did see, 3 or 4 people using those. So it's not that, people had the choice. Some people still use the east or the west. The majority, again, more like 80 or 90 use the middle. But if you can keep the bike path, if you only need 4 feet and it's not a sacrifice to the safety and doesn't compromise the intent of the median bike path, the median multi-use pathway, I think it's a good trade-off. So I would actually have a differing viewpoint and save the bike path and narrow those because you still have 10 feet, which again, it was more footage than I saw in San Mateo.
So I have a question to that. So that southbound piece is different than the northbound, which is a true solid green bike path currently on the east side. Is that right?
Mhm.
And on the southbound side, coming into that or past the intersection onto westbound, this is really stretching, westbound Highway 24 is a Sharrow. I mean, it's
Currently.
I may not be saying the right things, but right now it's a kind of short Sharrow. How long is that? So people who are riding through there have a basically sort of Sharrow. It's not.
So right now, southbound Pleasant Hill Road is Sharrows the whole way.
Okay.
There's no bike lane.
Right.
When the terraces gets built as part of building out their project, they had planned on installing a bike lane from Deer Hill to the first on-ramp.
Straight. Okay.
And then after that, it's all Sharrows again.
Okay. And so Councilmember Kwok, your is to stick with what the terraces had designed through that? Because it changes. I'm looking at this and it doesn't look like what it's going to look like because there's going to be the trap lane that's going to go through
Right.
there.
And the trap lane I have shown on here.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So this is the trap lane coming through here, and this red curb or this red line here is the existing face of curb.
Right.
And so where would the sharrows be?
If you were doing the sharrows would be in this lane, in the through lane,
Right.
From Deer Hill?
from Deer Hill all the way to Mount Diablo Boulevard, kind of like they are now.
Okay, and the
So-
bike lane would be,
Bike lane, if we put a bike lane in, the bike lane goes between the through lane and the turn lane.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's out, kind of out in the middle of the street there.
So, may I? So if you did sharrows the way that it is now, and my sharrows might be going the wrong way, but the way that it is now, would you still need to get 4 feet out of that? Or can it be designed to still put the green paint on there, which my understanding is also a visibility. It's to show vehicle to drivers that they're sharing the lane with a cyclist. Or is it has to be the solid bike lane? I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, can we address the concern with what the existing infrastructure is or paint?
Okay, if I think I understand the correct question correctly, what we're trading is you're taking away the proposed bike lane. So that's the solid green dedicated space for cyclists. You get rid of that and you put a sharrow in the through lane. So that's how you bought your 5 feet. And the sharrow in the through lane is effectively what we have out there right now.
and you put those feet into
Put those
the
feet
median.
in the center median.
And if you take them out, you're narrowing the median.
So if you don't do that, I gotta get some more space out of what's in the center median. So the stuff that's in the center median that we can play with are the shoulders.
So I'm trying to, I don't know if it's instinct. I agree with not wanting to lose, and I appreciate that, people were riding, walking, doing all kinds of things on the shorter, but that whole design is tighter, smaller. I'm uncomfortable losing the 2-foot buffer. And so was just trying to find a way that we still do a visual. I still think that the people who are going to ride through that part are back to the 35 miles per hour, whether they're road warriors or commuters, or, I think coming through there. But anyway, I was trying to find a compromise, and what we have there right now doesn't, and maybe I'm not asking it right, but doesn't seem like we have to give up to put paint in the space where it is right now. And maybe it's because I'm not visualizing how it will impact with the trap lane.
So where do you end up?
I currently still want the 2 feet on either side, so I guess I am leaning toward not the bike lane, but I'm still pondering.
Okay, fair enough. Vice Mayor Dawson.
I would lean towards agreeing with Councilmember Kwok. I think if we can preserve as much as we can of a bike lane. I also think with the center median being in place, if it does go in place, that buffer hopefully would be part of slowing traffic down anyway. So that buffer at 1 foot, I guess, on either side isn't okay enough between 1 and 2 feet. I think I'm comfortable with that, especially based on the width of the center median in itself. There's still room within there for bikers and pedestrians to navigate around. I know, say the Lamberta Trail is very different. It's open-ended. It's not closed, but that space is still navigated by very fast bikers and electric scooters around pedestrians. So I don't anticipate it's going to be a crash of people. You'll still be able to see people down the median, and I think it'd be a safe space still.
Okay, I would just point out that on the trail, if there's a problem, you have an option.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that from the width of the trail itself, there's still navigation within that trail.
Right.
Yeah. So, I think we really should reach out to the bike folks on this one, honestly, because I see, with the additional bike lane, I go, of course, we want the bike lane. that would be safer. But where I see it is now maybe a conflict because you've got the new slip lane for people to go onto the freeway, which is new, which is a new thing that we will have. Now we just have the 2 lanes going south and no real slip lane until right near the intersection. If we put the bike lane in between those two, I see people that didn't get into the slip lane fast enough wanting all of a sudden to cross over the bike lane, and the bike is there and they're not paying attention that the bike is there. And so the Shero in that situation may actually be safer for them because it's clear that they're in your lane and you got to deal with them. And so for me, I don't know if I can make this decision, but I would definitely talk to the bike guys. We have a lot of people that are the bike guys, right?
Unfortunately, there isn't a bike guy.
Well, I mean,
There are-
we'll do it
there-
with the roundabout.
Well, we got handfuls of people who've given us completely different answers with the roundabout. I don't
Okay.
have a bike guy that represents the whole community at large. I mean, we have a handful of people that we can ask, but
Yeah.
there isn't just.
But
one
since we're at a
clearinghouse.
stalemate, it seems like reaching out would be a reasonable thing, right? And get some ideas. Because I see the 2 options as, gotta think about this one. I'm not quite sure which one's actually safer.
Okay, and this is the third guidance item is the one that actually makes the most difference in the design because it impacts the
Right, I agree.
median itself. So
I agree.
why don't we bring it back with,
Mhm.
and that we can, well, talk later about what more information we might want, or if there's someone who want to you'd like to reach out to the bike community?
Yeah,
Councilmember
sure, I
Sandell,
can,
any
yeah.
other?
We've got the East Bay Forever, those people that we've been talking to at the roundabout. Why not?
Okay, Councilmember, okay, so let's go. We've given the guidance. Let's now move on to the decision or discussion and then decision with respect to the an alternative and what we do. So back to Councilmember Garrett.
So back to our discussion that we didn't have a discussion ahead of the public comment because that's not our normal flow. But as we were starting to talk about, I think that having going forward with studies, spending the money on the conceptual strip map drawings, looking at pros and cons, looking at the signalized or whether it's signals as Stella talked about. I'm trying to get back to this. I'm sorry. Whether we let the designers look at whether it's signalized ramp terminals or stop signs or speed humps or whatever. I think back to what the mayor asked about before we started public comment and the discussion about having that conversation with Caltrans, because I think that is an important part of the ultimate the whole study of the East Side Path and trying to make those intersections, the ramps coming on and off safer, sort of hinge on whether or not Caltrans will work with us to do that. And they have worked with us on other projects. And I think we just need to have that conversation to Stella's point also about the safety, new safety division and looking at the safe streets. Maybe they have changed their mind, but before I feel comfortable moving forward with saying spending, but if you do 3 to 5 and 1, 30, anyway, actually any money, I would like to know that we have a path forward potentially with Caltrans, because that, as staff has pointed out, that is kind of key to being able to move any of this forward. So we spend the money, we have these maps and we have these designs and we have these great ideas of straightening out the off-ramps. If we can't get Caltrans to move forward, then we've spent money that we didn't need to spend. And so I'm not saying I don't want to look at the design. I'm saying I would like us to have that staff have that discussion with Caltrans. I was starting to go to even having the mayor, maybe vice mayor, whatever makes sense on that. I'm comfortable with staff doing it, but whatever makes sense, I would like to have that before we make the decision. I make a vote on the other proposals that cost money.
Councilmember.
I agree with Teresa. We should definitely talk to Caltrans. I think that's a great idea, but I'm really comfortable with at least doing number one. Just to swag out what that east side multi-use pathway looks like and the pros and cons. And then maybe hesitate on doing the signalized on and off ramps until we talk to Caltrans to see if we have any chance of doing those. So look at number one with the RFPs, and see where we're at. I'm comfortable with that.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
The thing I think about is we want to make it safe, obviously, in the long term, but in the short term, it sounds like we've come up with a lot of things that we can maybe do. And even in the short term, even before we decide whether or not to build the center median, we can still make it as safe as possible. And one of the things would be enhancing the east side pathway. So I do see at least providing a strip map to see what it is we can do inexpensively, if that is even a possibility. It's $110,000, I understand, but even the simple things that Janet Thomas came up with, there's some things that we can talk to Caltrans about just doing in the short term. I'm of the mind that same as Councilmember Geringer, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing any signalization, especially if you say a signal is $750,000 per to put in, and we wouldn't, we're talking 4, then we're looking at the center median pathway being 3 million in itself, and we still haven't, I'm not sure how we'd be able to fund all that. So it does come down to the realities of bang for the buck. So I'm of two minds, because I know, speaking of budget later, 17 grand is still 17 grand. And I would probably opt to, well, why don't you come back? I want to hear more. I'm trying to decide if we want to put that amount out there.
Councilmember Kwok.
Sure. Well, on where to start, I think the simple thing for me is that if we're going to approve some study expenditure of the order of magnitude of 17,000 or what have you, I feel uncomfortable voting on it now, because I think it's all part of the rest of the unfunded things that are on the list to be funded. Because to me, it's not this, it's this, or do we not do the public art, or do we not pave, a parking lot, or do we not fund something else? It's not this in and of itself, because today, of all times of the year, we look at all of the budget. And if we had a lot of budget surplus and we had extra budget, then it would be easy for me to say, yes, let's go do this. Because I would be curious to know this, but we are not in the luxury right now of being in a budget surplus. We're the opposite. We have to find ways to cut and reduce programs. And so if we deem this to be something we want to consider, I would say, let's move it into the next budget discussion and then weigh what other things will we cut. If we did this, then we won't do what, right? But I don't think we can be, and to the public, we are in a difficult situation with our budget where we cannot just say yes to every public request for nice things for our city. We get phones and emails ringing all day long asking for more projects that our city wants. And I've actually said this for the whole 2 years I've been on council, that I get that everybody wants to do more. And I say, fine, let's do more, but let's raise the money. Don't ask for something for nothing. Right. And so I would feel uncomfortable voting for this at this time. I would feel comfortable if there's a consensus to do this, to vote for it later. But that being said, I think the thing about doing the $17,000 strip concept, it's only going to either lead to the pros, we'll see a pros and cons. It'll either be better than the median or it'll be not, or it'll be in the middle, right? If it's better, then it still triggers a 100 more than, X figures of dollars next to do your next step. Where are we going to get that type of money to do that? And then once you do that, then we're going to get the money to actually do it, right? So I sort of don't, I'm concerned that we would just be, nickeling and diming ourselves to just go down this path where potentially and this is where I think staff's recommendation is, it's a completely unfunded path. And since we are in a budget deficit situation now, I don't feel comfortable like embarking on that and bringing the public along to think that we could do this. I would rather make the tough decision now and make the tough decision. So I'm leaning with the for practical reasons, not for, I would like to see more study, but I think for practical reasons, I would support the staff recommendation.
Okay, and when you say, when we decide it later, are you talking about later in 2 hours or later in our?
Yeah, later in 2 hours. If we vote on this and we say yes, but I would vote I would vote that we discuss it when we're discussing all the other measures that we have to say yes and no to, because we cannot say yes to everything today.
Okay, well, yeah, that is a discussion for later, and we probably have a different view, I can tell already, on where we're gonna go in that discussion. Yeah, I see this as something that we could decide now, because I see this as well, I would feel more comfortable actually if we had a discussion with Caltrans before we made a decision, even making the decision this evening. I'd like to hear what they have, and if there's any input, if that would affect, what we're doing. And, and I realize, given our other difficulties in getting state agencies to talk to us, that may not be easy, but I would feel a lot more comfortable if we did that. And if we had if we felt that Caltrans would be cooperative, willing to discuss, then I'd be in favor of going ahead with the, option number 1 here. In fact, I'd be in favor of going ahead with option number 1 in any event, because I think we need to look at the south side. It's just that even starting down that road would be more productive if we have a better sense of what Caltrans has in mind. So, no, that sounds like punting it, but that would be my recommendation.
Can you clarify the weight on all of it, or are you proposing we move forward with option 1, then talk to Caltrans?
No,
Okay.
I would favor talking to Caltrans.
Yeah.
Because that may help us give guidance with respect to the direction for option 1. And in fact, it may make us feel more optimistic with option 1. It may make us feel more pessimistic. It's so critical, I think, to what we're trying to do that it's worth reaching out.
Matt, do you think if Mayor Andori and myself reached out on that level, would that be helpful to getting because we're really talking about a collaboration on the safety of this corridor? Would that be helpful in getting in touch? Or
If you have a specific contact that you already have a relationship with, that would be great. But if you don't, then I will see what I can do. And, Patrick might have some connections as well to have a conversation with Caltrans. And if any council member wishes to participate in that, that would be fine too.
Yeah, and I would defer to you on that. I would defer to.
Don't we have
two-
Leah Grambat? I think that's what Stella was mentioning, that Leah works for the Caltrans. No, she
Yeah.
works for
Yeah.
grant committee one.
Not Leah.
Rachel Carpenter does. All right. That's a good person to talk to then.
I'll talk to you about how to get.
Okay, so that'll,
Okay, perfect.
all right. So are we comfortable with this direction then? So we wouldn't be taking a vote tonight, but we'd be directing staff. And the other thing that's come up that I just want to raise, I think, and this relates at some point, I think it would be worthwhile to do an official outreach to the Acalanes Union High School District to discuss the project.
Yes.
And again, just direction.
And maybe Teresa and I can do that because we would talk to them a lot for the other projects. Just for fun.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering on the timing of that. of when we would,
And when school starts?
okay,
I
by
don't-
then, I just want to be clear, is that separate from finishing up the design on the center median pathway?
I think that ship is going.
Yeah.
And so we
I
should,
just
but we
wanted
should
to
talk
make
to
sure.
Akalani's,
Yeah.
right. It doesn't
Yeah.
hold it up like this one. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
I think,
I agree.
okay.
Oh,
Councilman
two
Garrett.
things. One, I think we have a city schools meeting that's being scheduled for just as school starts. And so that could be a place where that could also come up, but we can do direct contact. Or staff can. And then also, I'm sure that somebody has those contacts with Caltrans, but also our CCTA folks. Tim Hale used to work there, and is very up to date on who the folks are, which also kind of circles back to Janet Thomas's thing and Stella's at the last meeting on the cleaning up the vegetation. They did go, I was very excited and saw they did some, but as my husband and I walked through there, it looked like there was more done as you were driving than it was when you were walking. And so there's, trees and things like that. So I think submitting another, dealing with that and submitting another request and staff potentially escalating it. I did get the name of who the person, our service area person is, and so I'll share that.
Okay, anything else on this item? Okay. Any questions for us, or you feel you have sufficient?
Yeah, I
I'd-
think I have fairly clear direction. Sounds like the key point is go talk to Caltrans first
Okay,
before we do anything else.
okay, great. All right, thank you very much. And I understand we have a special speaker.
We do, Mayor Andrew, Brian Candell.
Dr. Kendall, welcome.
Wanted to make public comment. First of all, I want to say it's amazing what you do every week for 6 hours, twice a week. Giving your time for free to do all of this, missing out on binging your favorite shows on TV, being with your family, your kids. And sometimes you miss out on an important event like your birthday. Happy birthday, Susan.
No.
And if Mayor Andori lets us loose, there is some cake and ice cream.
Oh
for
my
free.
Oh, you're so sweet.
So happy birthday. And we'll take a break.
But I'm pulling a Cleopatra. I'm completely in denial on this one.
Yeah, well, this is the first time a council member's 39th birthday has happened on a council night. So. All right, so we will break until 8:15. Okay, it's 8:34. City Council is back in session. We are on item 9B. Mr. Moran, Mr. Luttrell.
So Mr. Moran's name is on the staff report. I would just say that Matt Luttrop's going to cover most of this. I would also just add that myself and Matt and Patrick have all been involved with this. This is the roundabout update and looking at some of the sort of the pilot study elements we've put in place and evaluating those to date. So this is an update on that.
All right. And with that, we'll get started. So on the March 13th City Council meeting, council directed staff to preserve the temporary reconfiguration of the roundabout and reopen the slip lane for southbound Pleasant Hill Road and perform additional traffic studies and public outreach on the final design option to be implemented in the summer of 2024. So this update is to provide the city council with costs for further analysis and update on the data that we've collected so far. So background of this, go into the whole gory detail. This is all in response to a fatality that we had in the roundabout in 2021. And since that, after that, we met with the Bike East Bay bicycle advocates, the Transportation and Circulation Commission liaisons, 2 city council liaisons, and the city manager to discuss possible changes that could be made to the roundabout that would improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. In these discussions, the primary concern was that vehicles are traveling too fast in advance of and through the roundabout. Following the meeting, traffic engineering firm Kimley Horn was hired to develop modifications that could be made to the roundabout that would improve the safety of the facility. The preliminary plans were presented and reviewed by the city, slightly modified, and then shared with TransCirc at the November 2nd, 2022 meeting. On January 25th, 2023, the city reduced Pleasant Hill Road from 2 lanes to 1 lane, just south of the intersection with Release Station Road, and made other striping modifications to clearly delineate narrowed vehicle lanes into and out of the roundabout. Further modifications were made to the roundabout on February 21st with the elimination of the slip lane from southbound Pleasant Hill Road to westbound Olympic Boulevard. The removal of the slip lane was in response to comments we received that there was not sufficient time for motorists making this right turn. That's the right turn from southbound Pleasant Hill Road to westbound Olympic to judge vehicles' intent to depart the roundabout and see pedestrians in the crosswalk on the west leg of Olympic Boulevard. On March 13th, City Council directed staff to restore the slip lane for southbound Pleasant Hill Road and to improve the vehicle merge, reducing Pleasant Hill Road from 2 lanes to 1 lane. These changes were implemented on April 14th. In addition, the city council directed staff to continue to collect data to determine how the changes that we had put in place had impacted driver, pedestrian, and cyclist safety. So the summary of what we found was that, let's see, what did we do? Let me go back a bit. All right, so I'm going to jump to what we found as the result. We did get a drop in vehicle speeds, which is what we were really hoping we would see from this. So the 85th percentile vehicle speeds leading to the roundabout are within the posted speed limits now, whereas before they were higher than that. So Pleasant Hill Road southbound between Release Station Road and the roundabout is now 36 miles an hour. Olympic Boulevard eastbound between Release Station and the roundabout is 32. And Olympic Boulevard westbound between Release Station and the roundabout are about 39. A good thing to point out is the 85th percentile speed in the southbound direction of Pleasant Hill Road has been reduced by 7 miles per hour as part of these improvements that we put in. And that's based on a speed survey that was done in 2015 that showed the 85th percentile for that reach of the road at 43 miles an hour. Good news about that is these reduced speeds may allow for consideration of speed tables in advance of the intersection, because now we've got the speeds lower than they previously were. Staff asked Kimley Horn to submit a proposal to provide a robust traffic study and model for the traffic flow leading to and through the roundabout. And the cost for that modeling effort is estimated at $50,000. At this time, staff doesn't believe that this study will provide additional information that is not already well understood, nor will it likely provide meaningful guidance in moving forward with future design features. Since last reporting to the City Council on the roundabout, staff again met with the bicycle and pedestrian advocates at the roundabout to observe the conditions and consider options for further updates. In addition, staff continues to receive guidance from Kimley Horn and has consulted with staff from other Bay Area cities to help determine potential improvements that have proven to be successful in other cities. Items currently under consideration, and these were in consideration even earlier than this, is adding flashing beacons, the RRFBs, at all crossings, but especially the crosswalk on the west leg of Olympic Boulevard, which the City Council has already approved that. Adding stenciling to the Class 1 facilities on both sides of Pleasant Hill Road to raise awareness for both pedestrians and cyclists, that cyclists are permitted on the pathway. So these would be like circular stencils that have, you know, a bicycle and ped shown on it to let people know that it's a shared facility. Adding bike merge ahead stenciling in the roadway. This is specifically southbound Pleasant Hill Road, right before it splits, to have the right turn lane and then the lane going to the roundabout. Put a bike merge ahead stencil there so that people know to expect bikes. This is in addition to the green dashed line. And replacing white delineators along Olympic Boulevard with green delineators and perhaps other raised elements to make the bike lanes more visible and apparent to drivers. And when I talked to Mike about this, the idea also would be maybe we don't have to have those delineators quite so close together as we currently have the white ones. So that might make it a little less obtrusive. Those items, along with others, would be presented in a public meeting to be held in the late summer or early fall to solicit input from the public and inform the public on the design changes proposed to improve the safety at the roundabout. So at this time, staff has the following recommendations. The first one is maintain the lane merge and other striping and delineation on southbound Pleasant Hill Road. Do not perform additional traffic studies or analysis. Continue outreach with other agencies to determine possible additional efforts that could be implemented to improve the safety of the intersection. And to hold a public meeting or perhaps multiple public meetings to present proposed design changes and receive input from the community prior to implementation of additional temporary or permanent changes to the intersection.
If I could add just a little general background as well. The roundabout is a really efficient way of moving traffic. And if you don't have to take my word for it, you can go out to Olympic tomorrow because we're working on Olympic. We're doing curb, gutter, and sidewalk as part of our project, and we're having to close one lane and circulate traffic around on Release Station Road and have them make a stop at Pleasant Hill Road and then make a left or a right, doesn't matter, but one lane is closed. We used to have an always stop where that roundabout is, and the traffic used to back up literally 27 minutes up and around the hill if you're coming from St. Mary's College. So it's a very efficient thing. But from the get-go, the discussions have been with the bike community, with the traffic engineers, with the roundabout specialist. The main things are kind of reducing speeds into, through, and out of the roundabout. That's the safety thing for everyone, drivers alike. There are fender benders that happen in that roundabout, but it's all a matter of speed and spacing and timing and so forth. So I know that when we closed the 2 southbound lanes and merged them to 1 lane, we did get complaints from some of the public saying, please just open it back up and restore it to the way it was. But having had those discussions about we need to reduce speeds, one of the ways of reducing it is that lane merge. So it may not be popular, but it is not really adding delay if you go out and observe. I'm not saying it doesn't queue up to 8 cars instead of 6 at the peak periods, but there really isn't a delay. There's a slow movement through, or there's a few cars stopped, but it is not backing up even when we observed it during the school periods. So the recommendation kind of is what your recommendation was to us, the status quo on that lane merge. And that's the only tool that we've had so far for southbound Pleasant Hill Road that would allow us to maybe add something even more traffic calming into that roundabout, and particularly to slow cars before they make that free right turn, which when we opened that up, there was some confusion with people because, we changed things 3 times in quick succession. But we really only got calls and emails on that for a few days. It's certainly a week or less. And then we haven't heard any follow-up on that. I think people learned it, got used to it, and they know to make the free right. And then we did receive some feedback that we appreciated us reopening the free right turn just for the efficiency of the roundabout. So it's a balancing act. Certainly we want it to be safe, but I think really the tool is to slow speeds.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take questions from the council, then we'll go to the public. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so open up for public comment. Is there anyone in the room?
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for participants in the room, and I see no hands raised for taking public comments on item 9B. And I do have a hand raised now. Today. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, my name is Saudi again. I live on 840 Release Station Road. Can you guys all hear me?
You've been unmuted.
Okay. Can you all hear me? I think I.
Yes, welcome back.
Okay. Yes, thank you, and thank you guys all for putting in all this time. Really appreciate it. I was one of the people that complained about the switcheroo 3 times, I guess, about the southbound Pleasant Hill Road where it meets Olympic Boulevard. I think the situation right now that it's created is kind of unsafe for bikers, because I've had a few incidences myself where we merge into 1 lane and the bikers kind of take the right side, and then if they want to go around the roundabout, then they have to merge left again, and the cars have to merge right if they want to exit to westbound on Olympic Boulevard. It creates a sort of a weird environment where cars don't know where the bikers are going, but the bikers obviously can see where the cars are going if they have their blinkers on or not. So I think that it does slow traffic down, but I think it's kind of created an unsafe environment for bikers. Whereas before you kind of had a better idea because the cars that were on the right lane were going to turn right. So you kind of knew where they were going to begin with. I understand that the roundabout is great. I think it was a great addition to that area where we used to have the stop sign. I think it was a lot slower and we had a lot of backup, but I would be in favor of restoring it to the 2 lanes that it was before, and perhaps exploring other options for slowing the traffic down before reaching the roundabout. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for the
I do.
speaker?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, so today, when it goes back in, can you imagine something that we could do there when it goes back up into 2 lanes that would make it better than it is now? That would make it make you feel safer?
I think as from a biker standpoint or from a car standpoint?
Biker.
Standpoint. Yeah, I mean, we have like what are those called, delineators, the cones, not the cones, but I guess the white posts that are on the walls on the ground. What are those called?
Oh, like a share, it was a bike. Yeah, the green, the delineators. Okay.
Or they're white, I
You
guess.
drew- You drew bike things on the ground. That's different, right?
I think he's talking about the delineators, the white posts.
Yeah, the white posts.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, I
Those are
think.
delineators.
Yeah, I think if we have those going all the way to the roundabout, it could help. I know that
But
we
the
have.
cars can't, then we have to close the slip lane, right?
So, I mean, I guess the way it used to work before was that the bikes, like especially the kids, they would bike all the way to the roundabout and then use the crosswalks to get over to the other side, as opposed to just pouring into the roundabout itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go, Matt has something.
I just want to make sure that I understand. So right now, one option, since you mentioned little kids,
Mhm.
is they can get on the pathway, the multi-use pathway on the side of the road. And rather than dealing with where that merge occurs,
Right.
people are trying to get to the slip lane. So you can get on the pathway and then go to the crosswalks that are at the roundabout.
Right.
So one of the things that I mentioned in the staff report is putting designations on that pathway to make it clearer for people that if they don't want to deal with that whole merging activity in the cars in the roundabout, that pathway is an option for both cyclists and pedestrians to be able to bypass some of the cars.
I think that's a good suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, Councilman. All right. Okay, are there any other speakers?
Judy Carney. Judy, you're here.
Hi, good evening. I would tend to agree with everything that Sade said. I thought that was really quite helpful. I do think southbound going towards the roundabout is extraordinarily confusing, and I have no idea how the bicyclists. There's no signage. There's no way for them to know which way to go. There's definitely no way for me as a driving my car. I get that it slowed traffic, and I think that's, the right concept, but there's a lot of crossover going on right there. So I don't know what you can do to remedy that, but it does appear to be a bit of a unsafe thing. And then there's that driveway, somebody's home is, so there's like two cutoffs. And initially that was a bit of a frenzy. So do you have any solutions to help with that? And that's my question to you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much.
I have no further speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Geringer.
Yes. So I'm a visual learner, but so right now we're not, we're going to keep that one lane in as of now. But what I thought I heard Councilmember Candell say that we were taking that out so that there would be the two lanes. That's okay. Okay, great. I misheard. So that's all for now.
Okay, discussion.
Well, I just wanted to observe that I was very happy to see that the speeds came down. That was great news, right? 7 miles an hour down. Everybody's under 40 miles an hour under all directions. I'd say, success. So good job, everybody, for the experimentation and tweaking to get us to that point. I read the report to say, that this whole project is trying to move in the direction of slowing speeds down. So mission accomplished, at least for this phase, and you could keep tweaking and learning. And I think that's what you're asking or suggesting we do here, right? And so you're sort of going to lock in the current configuration pending maybe futures, some suggestions. But I at least wanted to observe that it looked like this is successful, gotten to this point. And then your comment, Mike, that there were some concerns on the latest reopening of the lane, but then the public feedback has subsided. So the sense is that people are getting used to it, although maybe not everybody, but by and large, it has become much more acceptable from a feedback. So I just wanted to reflect that I thought the report, my reaction was that this was a successful exercise. So I'm glad we did it, and I'm glad we're here.
Thank you, Councilmember Geringer.
So I did have one more question. I do agree with Councilmember Kwok. I'm glad that, we did do the study, did do the pilot. So you spoke with bike advocates, so Bike East Bay and I believe a representative from Mount Diablo cyclists. And what was their basic, so sort of addressing what Sade and Judy Carney were saying about coming into that and sort of the confusion for cyclists.
So I think that we came to sort of some consensus for the east-west directions, Olympic, okay? And the southbound Pleasant Hill Road is the hardest portion. You come around the corner with that slip lane or the free right quickly, and you're right on a pedestrian crossing, which my understanding, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but council did give us direction to add an RRFB at that location. And that was also a staff recommendation at one point in this process. So we're planning to do that regardless. We really didn't have a lot of emphasis other than what Matt mentioned, making it clearer that there's a bypass, and even some of the bike community sort of came to well, they could always just use, the class 1 pathway on the right, which we have always had signs that says bikes may use pathway to route around the roundabout. So some of the other things are really some simple striping things, and like instead of the white delineators, we maybe go with the green, which is indicating a bike lane and bike travel. We're associating green with bikes these days, and maybe that becomes a more common theme. So it's really more striping and delineation and pinching down. There was a suggestion to maybe make that I'll call it the elephant feet green paint crossing where everybody does cross. A bike would have to cross somebody, a vehicle that's merging into that right lane, to make that a little steeper, which really shortens that distance that you're crossing. And then, so that was one suggestion. Another suggestion was just the opposite. Take these delineators back further, give me a longer merge so that I've got more time to fit myself in between traffic. And that's from a bicycling perspective. Both of those suggestions from a bicycling perspective, I think it would have to be run through our traffic engineers, particularly the ones that are very familiar with roundabouts. So we don't have an answer on that. So there were some suggestions, but it really comes down to what Councilmember Kwok said, sort of just tweaking the ideas that we're doing now and trying to improve on them, making them more visible. And that's really the feedback we got, with an understanding we're all trying to get to the same place, right? Everybody wants it safer. If it's safer for bikes and pedestrians, it inherently is actually going to be safer for vehicle drivers as well. But there wasn't a big, and there was no suggestion, by the way, to reopen it back up to 2 lanes for that southbound Pleasant Hill.
Right.
So.
Great. Well, again, very supportive of all the work that's been done, and very supportive of not doing the additional $50,000 study. When I talked about, I think at the meeting where we were talking about leaving some of the pilot study measures in there and getting additional information, it was just about what you did in getting the information about how those impacted speeds and things like that. It wasn't so if that was part of why you thought you needed a bigger study, I apologize, because I agree that we got good information out of this. I just didn't want us to remove it before we were able to get that information. And then the item number 4 that we're being asked, or that you've presented in the update, holding the public meeting as we look at these other potential changes and having that public outreach meeting, very supportive of that as well. So basically, thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
If I could just respond to that one comment. And I think we would gather more data. We wouldn't do the extensive study, but I think we would reaffirm vehicle speeds before we made another, change. Like if we could do a speed table or a speed cushion or something like that to we would need more than one data point, right? More than, so it's not that we wouldn't collect any more information as part of this tweaking process. It's just that it wouldn't come back as, you know, a 100-page study on what we would do that we spent a lot of money on, because really everyone has agreed that the consensus is sort of narrow the lanes and the speeds and make sure everything is as visible as possible and as concise as possible.
Councilmember Kendall.
So agree with everything everybody's saying. Absolutely, that southbound Pleasant Hill Road, you know, helping the bikers know where they need to go. But also, I think that there's still some confusion with the drivers, letting them know that the merge is coming. If there's whatever we can do to make sure that they know it's coming soon, and be prepared for it. I know we have signs and everything, but those aren't permanent, right? So whatever we put down there permanently, as you know, gives us a much leeway and as much warning as we can think.
We actually do have all the permanent signs up too.
Oh, good. Okay.
All the regulatory signs that you're supposed to have for a
Right.
merge.
But the striping, you can do, is there any more striping you might do?
No,
Okay, all right.
it's all standard at the
Okay.
moment. And then do we still have the changeable message sign out there? So
Right.
we have the big change. That's the only temporary thing
Temporary one
out
over there.
there is the changeable message sign.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I take that every day, and I've seen great improvements, and I obviously take that slip lane. So I really do appreciate it. And it is well signed with the even the arrows that really push you over. Have been very helpful, and I have 2 new drivers, and it's been really good. I'm very appreciative of that. But I think you're right, whatever we can do to slow down when you're turning in that slip lane, because that crosswalk is further out and people aren't seeing that. So there's still a little speed as they pick up around the corner. I've definitely seen that. Would the flashing lights, would they show up at the crosswalk or a little bit sooner before, you know, something to think about before that curve or as they go around the curve?
So that's a tough one. I mean, sometimes you do an advanced flashing light, right? The problem is around the corner, we actually already have flashing beacon crossings there. So you can't confuse which crosswalk it applies to. So I think they're going to be at that crosswalk, you know, at that west leg, and you're going to see them as you slightly come. Now, there'd be a center median one too that might be a little farther forward. So as you just turn that corner, you might catch this one, and maybe you'll see this one, you know, the other one on the right side of your vehicle as you're driving. So we're a little restricted, and you know, it was brought up the driveway, the confusion on that merge. The delineators probably wouldn't be in their exact configuration had there not been a driveway there that we need access to in and out of. It would be clearer. But obviously, if you live in that home, you need access in and out of your home, right? So we will look at if we can improve it more, like maybe we stopped them a little too soon and people thought we should go right here. And instead of making it just like a harder driveway turn, because it is a 40-mile-an-hour road, we have to give the people accessing that home a little time to kind of merge over and make that radius. So that did, I'm sure that led to some of the confusion when we merged that lane, and therefore that's been a learning experience, and people would learn, oh no, this doesn't go through to the free right turn, right? So
Yeah, that's exactly what I experienced too. Just like, okay, once you do it, you're like, okay, got it. These improvements, we're waiting for the public meeting. Are they, at least the flashing lights, are that budgeted already, included in the budget, or?
I think they can be covered in our current project for Olympic Glenside St. Mary's. They may be our contingency funds. I know we got the direction to do it. I don't know that we were ever clear, because we were potentially looking at adding a lot of improvements at one time, if you recall, around the roundabout. So that's probably $45,000, just really close to that number. It may be
45?
$45,000 just for the flashing beacons. The ones that cross Pleasant Hill Road at the north leg, and they're a combination of solar and hard lined power. I think this would be maybe the same. So we just would put it together in the most inexpensive package we could.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm in agreement with the staff recommendations and with everything everyone said. Ask the city attorney if we need a motion or if this is sufficient guidance for staff to carry out the recommendations.
I think the guidance is appropriate unless the city engineer would like a motion.
Do you feel sufficiently guided? Okay, thank you very much for all your work on this. Okay, we're on to item 9C, update to the traffic calming program. And Patrick, I think you can take it that we've all read the staff report thoroughly. Just, yeah, I'm maybe pretty obviously, I'm looking for time savings, but
Beatrice, could we share screen here? Thank you.
I'll begin as Beatrice is working on that. So our next and last transportation item on tonight's agenda is an update of the city's traffic calming program. Over the past few months, I've been working with PlaceWorks to update the program in an effort to ensure that it be objective, data-driven, transparent, easy to understand, and that reflects a realistic balance between the demand for traffic calming from the community, the amount of funding that might be spent on traffic calming, and the amount of staff time that's realistic in order to execute the program. The demand for traffic calming on the city's residential streets is high right now. Though the program has been paused in the year that I've worked here with the city, I've heard from well over a dozen residents expressing concern about speeds on their streets and a desire for the city to help them reduce those speeds. In addition, traffic calming that's been installed on residential streets remains popular among many residents. This includes our legacy projects, as well as some of the similar types of improvements that have been recently installed around our schools. And so tonight I'm looking forward to an official relaunch of the program in the city. And I've got with me tonight Bruce Brubaker, from principal from PlaceWorks, to help describe the proposed process for the updated traffic calming program.
Thank you, Patrick. I have a handful of slides to show only. The purpose of the update, as Patrick has already mentioned, is to make the program transparent, predictable, efficient, and easier to understand. The update is intended to align traffic calming with Vision Zero and other efforts for the city. The update also bases the priorities for traffic calming on community support, but balances out with data, equity, and available resources. And the other purpose is to ensure that the traffic calming measures include design and engineering best practices. So this is an update to an existing program guide. It seems to us to be a definite improvement to the process. The project and the guidebook came to the Transportation and Circulation Commission, who gave the following direction: to have succinct goals and policies, to make sure that the process steps are clear, something that wasn't so much the case for the previous version, and to make sure that the toolbox is full of appropriate tools for Lafayette streets. Next slide. So the goals are, I won't read them entirely, but basically the goals are to, one, support Vision Zero objectives, as I mentioned, to ensure that, that there is consensus among residents on a street for the traffic calming effort, to make sure that the applications and requests for traffic calming are evaluated objectively. And finally, to make sure that they complement other city transportation initiatives safe routes to schools and the bike and walkable plan. As far as policies go, these are the 4 key policies for the plan: to discourage traffic speeds over the posted limit on residential streets, to employ a variety of measures tailored to specific street segments. So tailored to match the street, to design measures that use engineering and planning practice, best practice, while not detracting from residential character. So the measures should be well engineered, but they should also not be overdone and they should match the character of the neighborhood. And then finally, the last policy to make sure they don't create unseen or unforeseen issues on other streets, diverting traffic or other efforts. So that will be looked at by staff as part of the process. The next slide talks about the process. 7 steps in this process. First is that the applicant will need to come to the city with a requested action. So they will fill in the request, bring it to the city. The request will need a majority of households on both sides of the street to sign off before it comes in. So that's part of the application. Engineering department will do an evaluation and ranking of the project, and city staff will then inform the applicants the result of the evaluation and ranking. After that point, it goes to engineering and design, then to Transportation and Circulation Commission, then to you folks, and then implementation, and followed by monitoring to ensure that it's working well. I should mention that this is a once-a-year program, so applications are collected and they're processed, in an orderly fashion and not in a rolling fashion, so that the city staff will undoubtedly have multiple applications to review, but they will be done all at the same time, and it will be easier to balance priorities and needs. Finally, last slide is just the toolbox. The tools are kind of in 3 categories. Resident action items that can happen, which are primarily the responsibility of residents to spearhead. A kind of moderate scale improvement, which would be signing and or signage, striping and or signage, could include striping, street narrowing through striping, and other features. And then the most capital intensive programs, which would be actual physical changes to the street that include from speed humps to things like crosswalks and curb extensions. So that's the kind of spectrum of the toolbox, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Are there questions? Councilmember Erringer? Oh, Vice Mayor also.
Oh, I just had a question on, well, first off, thank you. It's a great, as you said, concise, and it's easy steps. So I do appreciate that. And I know our community will. I did just have a question, just text really on page 14 under striping and signage. That second to last line says modifying speed limits. And I think you mean signs that show modification of speed limit, not necessarily modifying speed limits literally, or do you mean is it striping and signage?
Sorry, you said which page?
It's on page 14 of the PDF. So let me see what it is here. Page 8, I guess, of the guidebook. And it's the
modifying speed
limits. Yeah. I was just thinking that might be a little misleading, because to me, when I read it, I thought, oh,
that was discussed at our LRSP meeting last week as well. And we do have limited ability to reduce speeds. But we do it on streets like Mount Diablo where the land uses change and so the speed limits change. And so this would be probably of more limited use on residential street.
So I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah,
if that's
except around schools.
Okay.
And we are intending to think about school speed limit zones as well this upcoming year,
Okay.
to dovetail with this program.
I guess that's what I was thinking. If under striping and signage, if it's more of an action, that's separate, but I get what you're saying. Okay. Thanks.
So,
Okay, Councilmember Geringer.
so while we're on that page, this seems sort of a nitpicky thing. And later on, when we talk about resident action, we talk about giving out lawn signs and things like that. But in this photo, what it caused me to ask was, are we encouraging residents to put signs on city official signs and bus stops? So maybe we want to change that photo. I appreciated that later it answered the question on that. And then the other question that I had, I noticed in the public comment that Jeff Bellinger had made a comment about, while we talk about one of the things of speed humps, one of the negatives or potential downsides is noise, but he also talked about air quality. And so I didn't know if we wanted to, if that was something we wanted to add. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask that, but.
No, that's fine. When you're citing speed humps, the idea behind it is to encourage the maintenance of a single speed across a corridor, right? So unlike the old style speed bumps where there might be one in a long block that would, that might create more noise and encourage people to speed up right afterwards. The current designs of speed humps are flatter on top, and so it's more of a moderate slowing down, but that encourages maintenance of speed.
Okay, and so is that new style similar to what just got put into Burton Valley? Because I think his experience is with that. But anyway, thank you. That's and then if I may ask one more. So I appreciate all of this and the process and making the process and having it be annual and all of those things. So I did want to make sure I said the appreciation pieces. And I also had a question about in the process where I have to get my block, whatever that agreement is, to agree, a majority on both sides, in a situation where there are a number of blocks that are connected, maybe heading to a school or something like that. Would residents come together and have more blocks, if you will?
They could.
And so would that process, but it would still be, how would we analyze those, I guess?
Analyze multiple blocks together?
Yeah, would you do the majority of all the blocks, or would you take each one and look at them on a case by case basis?
Yeah, let me just put a
sorry.
hypothetical on that.
Oh,
Say
okay.
you've got 3 blocks.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 blocks that 90% yes, and you've got the middle block that's 90% no. So you've got a majority. How does
Thank
this
you.
anticipate that would?
Was going to try and not name any particular neighborhoods, but thank you. That was very diplomatic.
Yeah, that's a bit trickier. And at that case, I would probably, insert myself into the community and try to get a little bit of consensus. I wouldn't want to ignore the 2 90% yes blocks. But at the same time, we're aware of the danger of ignoring the no block. And so I think probably need a little more staff intervention in cases like that.
Well, I guess it's fair to say that the 50% of whatever area, that's the table stakes to get to do your application. So the application's in, then that's going to be a factor that staff is going to take into consideration in deciding which ones to fund or recommend for fund. Right. Councilmember Quock.
Yep. How many applications do you expect per year, or what's our track record so far?
In the past year, I've received about 12 to 15.
Okay. And so I guess my question for that is leading into like, you've now decided to have an annual deadline of September 30th. So you stack up all the 12 to 15 and then you process them all together. Is that bulk processing helpful to our staff? Or is it like more work to just have some, really big bulk in October 1st that you're dealing with 15 all at the same time? It would be better to spread it over the year and have a spring deadline and a fall deadline and distribute the asks, or I guess you're deliberately wanting to pile them all up?
It's easier for staff time. It's easier to evaluate everything at once, to have one set of data collection. And then, one kind of intensive, okay, we're going to take a look and compare them all, prioritize them. I know I've got X amount of funding available. And so it's easier to prioritize, to rank. It's more transparent for the residents as well. They get answers sooner about whether or not they'll be successful candidates for the program.
Okay, and so to increase efficiency, the idea is to set a single date for the year. Okay, that's great. And I had a question for PlaceWorks. This is a 20-year update from 2003, so I was happy to see that we turned our attention to this year. And my question for PlaceWorks is, are there any particular best practices that you feel you were able to incorporate into this guidebook update that you're proud of, or that you feel like should call the attention out for me, who I wasn't here 20 years ago, but what's in this thing that I should look forward to that's a best practice?
Good question. I mean, I would say that that some of the innovative aspects are the kind of organization of the application process, which not many cities in our experience are doing that, and it seems like a really good move. In terms of the technology for the toolbox, I don't think things have I would say that the previous plan did do a pretty good job of presenting the state of the art at the time, and I don't think the state of the art in calming has really changed that much, but there were a couple tweaks that needed to be made, but it was pretty close to what current practice is, I would say.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Okay, Councilmember Candale.
Yeah, thank you. A great document. Oh, what an improvement of the current one. The Wei-Tai's question made me think, oh, what about all the existing ones? What are we doing with those?
Can I sort of,
Thank you.
you want this to go into effect, I take it, for a September 30th deadline of this year.
Right.
And so,
Do they have to resubmit them?
yeah, all the ones that are pending,
Right.
will they just go into the?
So I've already collected data for all the ones that I've received so far. Some of the applications came with signatures, others did not. I think I'll reach back out I'll reach back out to everybody, but the ones that did not have the signatures, and ask them to kind of proactively do that. Although I have data for all the streets. I've been doing that over the years, so I'm kind of ready to go.
But they will be required to follow the standards.
Yes.
So even though they've already submitted. Okay. Sounds good. All right, any other?
I just have a more broader question. Do you look at this broadly, like we have the arterial streets and then you're getting applications from the other residential streets? Do you look at, like, say, the neighborhood? There's 4 applications from this particular part of it, Burton Valley neighborhood per se, and then maybe step back to look at a larger application of traffic calming? Or is it just really just?
That hasn't happened. Just anecdotally from the 12 to 15 that I received over the past year, it has been pretty scattered throughout the city, because I did map them to check that. So that hasn't happened, but in the past we have done several neighborhood scale programs as well. Most recently Burton Valley,
Right.
and the year before that, the Lafayette Estates neighborhood. So a lot of the neighborhoods currently have some traffic calming within them.
And I'm just curious.
And then the school effort as well is kind of layering on top of that.
Right, that makes good sense. So I'm curious too on the arterials, if there's like side streets that people take outside of the arterials that you see showing up as, areas that are popping up. I'm just,
Brook Street.
Yeah. There
That
you
was fucked
go.
up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one, and that how much public exposure has this program had? Because you're asking us to approve it tonight, so we'll be, publicizing it. How much public input has there been today?
Well, it's gone to transfer twice. Everyone that has contacted me in the past year is aware that this is being updated. And Suzanne has promoted it through weekly roundup as well over the past 2 or 3 weeks.
Thank you. All right, so we open it for public comment.
The city council is taking public comments on item 9C. I have no speaker slips for members in the meeting room, and I have no hands raised, Mayor Andrew.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council and looking for a motion. Oh, well. Got some picky comments? Yeah, go ahead.
What? Oh.
Hey, it's your birthday. Go ahead.
I just really quick one. There was when we had the streets ordered, and I have here in my notes that it was page 9, and I think I was supposed to be page 9 of the document. Now it's not page 9 of the document. Hang on, let me go see if it's page 9 of my PDF. Yeah, the streets nitpicky. They were like in a weird order.
Eligible locations is
serial.
page 7 of the document
Thank you.
of the actual guide handbook.
5, 6, 7. Okay, there we go. Okay, yes. So the last bunch of the last bullets, I would put the Glenside one up, and then because the last 2 are from Deer Hill to Mount Diablo or Mount Diablo to Deer Hill, and I would put those as the last 2 ones and have either Deer Hill first or Mount Diablo first, because it's just kind of confusing to read. They're both streets that go between Deer Hill and Mount Diablo, and we're talking about them with different directions. Does that make sense? Okay, so the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th item bullet says First Street from Deer Hill Road to Mount Diablo. And then the last one goes Oak Hill Road from Mount Diablo Boulevard to Deer Hill, right? So kind of maybe put those 2 bullets back to back, and then it's just because I'm like, wait, what are they talking about? And there's a picture on page 16. I hope so. If I wrote that down right, sorry. It's the one with a street riding down the wrong side of the street. It was really weird. Like this, oh yeah, the one on page 16 of the document.
Yeah.
And it was street narrowing through striping. And like, and the car is like not even in the lane. And I just thought, huh.
So
Yeah.
I actually wrote that down too. And then I looked at it. I read the text and then looked at it, and it was like the intent was to show what it was trying to solve.
Right.
But I agreed when I first looked at it, it looked like an example of unsafe behavior.
Right.
Yeah. But then when you helps drivers to stay on the right side of the road and not use the entire roadway width as a travel lane, this shows a very good example of doing that.
Right.
So.
And then page 23, and we just talked about this in the other. So curb extensions and bulb outs. And we talked about this a lot with the LRSP, right? And this one doesn't say that we should, so on emergency routes, they say, yes, as required, turning radii are preserved. But I have a struggle with that because sometimes it messes up with our evacuation routes, right? I've seen that. And I think that on other ones you called out, maybe not on evac routes. And I think that this is one of the other ones that we should call on non-evac routes or refer to fire, because that was something we did for LRSP. And then on the final page with the points. Where was that? Okay. So I had a question with the points, all right, with the traffic volumes. I understand that we want to prioritize ones with more vehicles. But, you know, sometimes those ones with more vehicles don't have a lot of crashes, right? They don't like, so inherently we're doing that. But maybe one of those roads that doesn't really have that many vehicles today, but it's really dangerous. And I'm like, it just seemed like the traffic volumes were being overweighted. Because like the ones travel speeds with 10 miles an hour over, that's bad. And reported collisions, well, that's really bad. And, you know, a lot of collisions and stuff like that. And then we're giving, you know, just a street that has 2,000 cars on it, you know, almost as many points, even though it may have had 0 crashes, right? I don't know. It was just kind of, it seemed like it was overweighted, and maybe think of a way to, we just want to get those streets that are dangerous, you know, whether they're crowded or not.
I guess for the point behind the traffic volumes weighting, and maybe the weighting isn't needs to be reevaluated. The number of points was that if you have 2 equal streets, the street that has the higher traffic volumes would
Right.
be prioritized over another street that.
And that makes sense, but it seems like that should be the second tier
Yeah.
rather than a first tier, you know, consideration. Take the ones with the crashes first and then compare the volumes or something. I don't know. That's a thought. Otherwise, I love it. And it's a huge improvement over the last one.
Any other comments?
Well, just I mean, I also love it, and I very much appreciate that where we point out what it does and how it applies, and the streets and the areas that it does not apply. And so however we can educate and do outreach about that, I think, so that as we're looking at projects that tie to the LRSP and, you know, other things that we're looking at that are city staff, community driven, that don't fall necessarily within this. I mean, we should do a lot of the things that are in here anyway, but I want to make sure that, and I think this does that we're not limiting staff and the council and experts on bringing in best practices and sort of scientific engineering data. So I appreciate very much how this defines all of that. And then I did see a number. I agree with the public. It'll be good to have it going again so that you'll be very busy on October 1st. But very much appreciate the work that you've done, Patrick, and then PlaceWorks in your work on that. So thank you. And I'm happy to make a motion if there's not any further discussion.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Please.
Since you put the language in here, so I move that we approve the adoption of a new traffic calming program for Lafayette as described in the updated guidebook, and that will replace the existing traffic calming program guidebook previously approved by the City Council in 2003.
I second.
Okay, as amended this evening.
Sorry, as amended. And I can't find it now, but there was an extra S sitting in the middle of a sentence, but I'll find it and let you, did you tell them already? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Kwok. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So
Fine.
thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to again say thank you to Patrick and PlaceWorks. This is huge. It's you know, really listening to people, and with all his experience, I think this is a document that will be put to good use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 10A, City Manager Srivatsa.
Thank you. Over the last several months, as you know, the council has been negotiating with the Association of Lafayette Employees, otherwise known as ALE, to draft a new memorandum of understanding The current MOU expires June 30th of this year. Some of the highlights of the new MOU include salary ranges, the way the salary ranges are calculated, the ability of the city manager to hire people at step 8, and also the MOU includes several clarifications that were confusing over the last year, and those have been brought up to date. My recommendation this evening is that you authorize me to execute the MOU. The MOU is is effective for 4 years, so it will be effective July 1 of this year through June 30th of 27. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open for public comment.
The city council is taking public comments on item 10A. Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for members participating in the room, and I have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments before we move to a motion? Would someone like to make a motion? Councilmember Garrett.
Happy to make the motion. I move that we authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding that includes the agreed upon changes effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you very much for all your work on that, and thanks to ALE for their collaborative negotiating. All right, so we are on to 10B. Like alternate paper stash. And 11A. And we'll take these, and may have a question for the city attorney here, but we'll take these as two separate items. So when we hear 11A, I anticipate that we'll discuss the unfunded items so that when we get to item 11A, it's going to be basically a straight up or down. You know, whatever we've decided to be in Exhibit A is in, whatever's out is out. We'll take public comment, but really 11A is going to be pretty much pro forma based on our discussion under 10B. Is everyone okay with that? And if things go a different direction, then we'll change that, but that's what I anticipate. All right. So Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Anduri, members of the council. At the last council meeting, when we talked about the budget, there were several additional funding requests. And the council asked to put those requests into context to see how they would affect the budget, and put those into the 5-year budget forecast. So I did include that in a spreadsheet that's in your packet. That spreadsheet is a little bit hard to read. It's kind of small. Let's see if I can make it a little bigger. So what you see is the additional funding requests. I'm just going to go over those real quickly. The parking lots, mural project, affordable housing contribution, the economic development manager, which would be funded from ARPA, the crossing guards, additional chamber of commerce support, all the additional sinking funds, and that would be at the higher rates. I did put in later incoming, not for this year's budget, but projected in 24-25 next year, reconstruction of the Buckeye patio. And then as we discussed, starting next year, the $1 million in additional CIP funds that would be necessary to keep the PCI at, I believe, 75, which is the target. So you'll see that across the years, you'll see that the impact of all of those funding requests. And so we add that to the total expenditures. So after the first line under surface surplus or deficit, you will see that after the year 23-24, we have about a $2.2 million deficit. So roughly a $2 million deficit going forward if all of those requests were funded. And then based on just keeping the budget running, no new programs, no new projects, just the base budget and these projects and programs. So you'll notice again, going down, there is a shaded portion. This would show what would happen if we just put all of the unused ARPA funds into the general fund, which we are perfectly allowed to do because part of those ARPA funds were for lost revenue. We have about $2.95 million. So again, if it doesn't really matter if you space it out or you put it in 1 year, we do have to expend them by 25-26, I think December of 26. So you see again that buys us time really about another year or 2 years of getting to the 60% target. So we would probably be able to maintain our 60% target to 25-26. But then again, it would drop precipitously and we would still have pretty much the same budget deficits. The last shaded box shows that if we were able to adjust our sales tax revenue to the same level that currently is in Moraga and Orinda, that would have a pretty dramatic effect on the budget. Sales tax right now, if we were to add the additional 1 cent that exists in Moraga and Orinda, that's about $3.5 million right now a year. And then if that increases basically with inflation, you see not only are we able to relatively easily cover these funding needs that we would have some revenue left over to really approach some new projects and programs that people have been asking for, that you've been talking about. For example, some of the Vision Zero projects, emergency preparedness projects, downtown parks. I mean, a lot of things that you hear your constituents asking for. So anyway, we put that out there just to show you what the impact would be. So take questions.
Okay, questions? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
Are we not really considering adding the tax measure? That's a separate thing. It's showing what that could do, right? I mean,
That's not on the agenda tonight.
Correct.
You can't
Just
say-
making sure, right? Yeah, okay.
You can't say go, yes, but we do have a couple of recommendations, which is to perhaps explore that
Exactly.
option.
Fine. That was just a process kind of question. But if we did that, like, how much does an election cost? Like, we would have to hold an election. And so it's not, was
The
that considered
election
in that?
actually, you must have it concurrent with the general election.
Right. But how much cost is that? Like,
Well, we'd have to have it anyway. We would have to have a general election because it has to be on a ballot on which council members are up for reelection.
aren't there any other expenses that a city occurs to? Oh, we don't. It's just
Not for
it's a zero
not for a
lift.
ballot measure, no, especially not on a general election.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's staff time, certainly. We
That's what I
have
was
to
saying,
write
like,
it
there
up,
has-
But
There's some.
you know, it's de minimis.
Oh, okay,
really.
good. Actually, I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll open it to public comment.
Mayor Anduri, I have one speaker slip from Grace Dixon.
Welcome.
Good time. Thank you. This is on. Okay, great. So, okay, I'm just waiting for my time. And I have 2 speaker slips because I also have one for 11A. Oh, I just don't see it. Okay, there we go. Okay, can I go back to 3, please? Perfect. All right, thank you. Okay, at the last city council meeting, a wonderful doctor was celebrated and adjourned with, and she had a message that we need to give people what they want, not what we feel that they need. And the residents have expressed a want, and it's been well documented for decades. We are faced tonight to reduce expenses and increase revenue. 160 years of scientific studies have proven that adding downtown parkland increases revenue. I'm going to read some slides that were offered to you previously, and I didn't expect you to read them, but I'm going to go over some important quotes. What if you could make an investment in your community that simultaneously increased home values, generated more sales for local businesses, and attracted new jobs and employees? What if that investment also increased civic engagement, encouraged neighbors to get to know each other, and improved public health at the same time? Such an investment exists, and it's called a public park. Public parks have a return on investment of 40-to-1 to 4-to-1, and that is proven time and again. Downtown parks are even more profitable. Increased population density increases the value of parks. If neighborhoods that are twice the density average, the value of proximity to neighborhood parks is nearly 3 times higher than the average. Direct trails, roads, and creek walks to parks further increase property values. Increased property values due to proximity to parks occurs in urban, suburban, and rural areas, but impact is greatest in urban areas. Why are downtown parks in wealthy areas even more profitable? They found that in neighborhoods that are twice as wealthy as average neighborhoods, the amenity value of neighborhood parks is more than 4 times higher than the average. So downtown density plus affluence plus restaurants and retail plus creeks equals maximum downtown park profits for our general fund. Lafayette is uniquely poised for an extremely profitable parkland opportunity. And I urge the council that we consider a 3-year, $35,000 per year matching parkland fund in our budget. I've written you all about it, so I don't want to waste any more of your time. But this will follow up. I can finish. Okay. This will follow up on a well-documented public want, and it will increase revenue, but perhaps of equal importance, it will follow up and follow through with your public commitment for a project that has been approved 13 times over 10 years. But wait, there's more. Following through with your public commitment to fulfill a public want and approvals will grow public trust and goodwill and gain support for future projects, including those budget revisions and revenue plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Anduri, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the council and we'll have the discussion. We have the staff recommendations. The first is that we use all remaining ARPA funds for current general fund expenditures. And as you saw, those were placed in the 24-25 column. Second is direct staff to begin internal review. And third is direct the Financial Sustainability Committee to get to work to explore options for increasing revenue. And then we also want to consider the unfunded items we discussed last time to see if there's any changes in those. So I'll open it up for comments. let's do it free form. We won't take the recommendations one at a time, but just get people's thoughts on these. Councilmember Geringer.
So supportive of the overall recommendations, the moving the ARPA funds for the current, well, for all four of them. And particularly directing the Ad hoc Financial Sustainability Committee to explore options for increasing revenue, but also, as Tracy pointed out, it's very important that we also look at that expense side of the equation, because it will make the ad hoc committee's job easier, and will make coming back and making any decisions about revenue increases much more palatable, if you will, to the residents. And so that we're doing both parts to look at that and make sure that anyway, that we've addressed all of that. I did have a question and to Grace's question about putting the 35,000 toward and granted, and we can discuss that as part of the unfunded pieces, and it's not part of what we talked about last time, but just curious about having that discussion and in terms of how it addresses that beginning to have that parkland funds, because it did also change. The community foundation had set up, a nonprofit, an MOU with the city to raise money for land acquisition, but with the change to the use of the parkland fees and when we can begin to use those, it very sort of narrowly defined and changed the scope with the community foundation. So I would just like to discuss that as we get to the unfunded pieces.
Yeah, I anticipate we'll have a specific discussion on that request. After, when we get, I guess I'm looking now for comments on the staff recommendations. Then we would go into the unfunded requests. As part of that discussion, we would discuss the proposal we received today.
Okay, so we're only talking about the one use of ARPA, internal review. So we're not talking about all the unfunded ones at all right now.
So I take back what I said before. I think it'd be simpler if we talk about these recommendations.
Okay, so these three recommendations.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, no, I'm supportive of all three of those. I want to talk about the unfunded ones. I'm very, very concerned. Part of me is strategic in that I don't think that if we are going to go out for money, if we haven't done some of our own due diligence and start cutting things that, we don't show a little bit more pain, I think we're going to have a hard time getting buy-in. And so I do want to look at these unfunded ones pretty closely right now.
Okay. And let me, I'm sorry to go out of the usual order, but I just want to get out there. I agree strongly with the staff recommendations, except for number one, using all the remaining ARPA funds for current general fund expenditures. That's not a decision that we need to make tonight. I agree that the vast bulk of the ARPA funds should be used for general fund expenditures, but I would rather make that decision next year once we've had a chance, more, there's still potential things to do with the ARPA funds that I think we need to think about. So I would not make a decision tonight that every remaining ARPA dollar would go into the general fund.
So I have a question about that.
Yeah.
And I think that I think the ship sailed and maybe it's not as much of a threat, but and maybe the city manager or Tracy can speak to this, but as part of the at the federal level,
we looked at that.
And the clawback and everything. And so we can.
It's not a problem.
Okay.
It's not, we've been told it's not, but it's also because technically we've already claimed all this money as lost revenue because it's under 10 million. I think that the cities who were probably more at risk of that. Or larger cities that weren't able to just claim that full $10 million, they still have to spend it specifically on those 4 ARPA
Right.
related, and we're in a different situation.
And generally, the clawback applied to funds still sitting
Correct.
in the federal treasury, but not
Right.
having been actually transferred.
Right.
And because we can claim it because of the loss revenue, then it's technically allocated. I mean,
Well,
because we
I
have
would
it.
feel more comfortable if
everybody
we
feel-
just, we have to encumber it, let's say, I believe by December of 2024.
Right.
So
Okay.
we technically claim it. I would, not an ARPA lawyer, but so I would prefer to sort of do belt and suspenders and put it towards specific expenses as opposed to just holding it as we are now. We can accomplish that relatively easily. But Mayor Andrew is correct. That's not a decision that you need to make tonight. You could make it in December. You could make it, even in June of next year.
when we do the budget. Yeah. Okay.
Councilmember.
I had a question for Mayor Anduri. So if you're suggesting not to take all 2.9 million of it, are you suggesting a different number? Or are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting the numbers stay the same in the budget because we'll be spending it. So leave it where it is now. It's just that we might break off part for something else.
Okay, so that, yeah, if you could pull up the Excel spreadsheet again on the screen so that we could all
Yeah.
see we're talking about and maybe
Yeah, it
even
wouldn't change.
bump up the resolution just a little bit, make it a little bigger so that the ARPA section line 60 is a hypothetical right here, right? We're not, but
Yes, correct. It's in an out, it's in an out year. We're not approving that. And I'm just want to make sure that number one can't be read as we're making a decision tonight on that.
Okay.
I agree with the intent. I just don't think we need to make that decision.
we're voting on row G. What are we voting on? Row G or row I? 56E? No, are we voting on G? Column G, sorry. G56 is subject to whatever we discuss, but and that's why Mayor Nduri said that we don't really have to discuss the ARPA fund because it's in row I.
We would not be dealing, let me put this, we would not be dealing with that in any measure in any case under 11A, because that's not part of the budget.
Okay.
All right. So I'm saying if we don't do it as part of the budget, I don't think we need to give this recommendation under one.
Correct. Okay, so I'm fine with that too, to not include number 1 in tonight's vote. I'm supportive of number 2 and number 3.
Okay, let me just ask, is there anyone who's not supportive or who has any elaboration they'd like to see to those? Okay, because I think the intent, just to confirm, is that 2 would begin as soon as possible, correct? Yeah. Okay, and 3 would begin as soon as possible as well. Okay. All right, so now we're on to the budget itself. And for the staff recommendations to direct staff, we need a motion for that direction.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think a motion would be helpful, but did you want to finish the other discussion first, or do you?
Or you're moving, I think they're moving that discussion about which unfunded ones, they're moving that to 11A.
Well, no, I think we'll discuss it here.
Here.
That's fine.
Okay.
So we'll wait till we discuss that, then we'll come back and get the motion for to approve 2 and 3 if we still feel that way when we come back to it. Okay, so now we're looking at the unfunded items. And before we start our discussion, the only thing I would point out, and I had a discussion with Tracy about this earlier, is that while number 3 is on here, that actually was funded, was approved at the last meeting, which distinguishes it from the other items. When we discussed it, we had a motion to allocate the 96,000, well, but basically the 27,000. So that was approved unanimously by the council. If we want to retract that, I don't know if we need to have someone have a motion for reconsideration, but it's been approved. The Public Art Committee walked away thinking it was approved. People they talk to in the community think it's approved. They're not here tonight. So I would just point that out as we do our discussion.
How about the 40,000 for the schools? Did we approve that or we
No,
pushed it to this? meeting?
Nothing else was approved.
Okay.
They were all, we discussed them and we said we'd come back. Nothing on those items, nothing was approved till everything's either approved or not approved. Okay, so do you want to take these items one by one? Do you want to talk about just generally where we are?
I don't mind.
Hmm?
I'm just have to be honest. I'm struggling with these projections. And so even with the ARPA funds, they're great. And like I say, strategically, if we don't start doing some of our own due diligence, I think we're going to struggle to bring the public along with us. And so my thought would be as much as I love affordable housing contributions, it's going to take 3 years to get one unit, right? And our city is literally facing a $660 million deficit if we were going to build all of the units we were supposed to for our 7th cycle. And so as much as I want to, I would take those out. If we pass a sales tax and it's looking as good as it is, bring it back for sure. So I would absolutely, get rid of that item, and I would take all the other items and split them in half. Just make us deal with it. As a thought, that's when I read this, I'm like, we got to do something. And I thought that was equitable.
Okay, other views?
Sure, I'll offer some overall views as well. Thank you, Councilmember Kendall, for sharing that. But I also am concerned about row 56, which shows the 5-year projection, all in red, right? Negative 649, negative 2.2 million, 1.9, 1.8, 1.9. So we're overspending by about 2 million per year. And if you go in terms of our sources of revenue, line 14, we're about a $19-20 million a year budget. So we're overspending our budget by 10% a year. And I know that our history, as a history for our city, we're proud to be a fiscally prudent city. We spend within our means, right? That's a hallmark of what city councils before us have done. And I think that's healthy to do. And we're very fortunate then to be one of the cities statewide that are in one of the best financial shape. So that's something I think it's a proud legacy for us. And I think the staff have done a very good job to guide us and try to do the impossible to juggle all these budget elements to try to get us to make it through yet another year, 1 year at a time. But I think sort of when you look at these numbers, we have to face the music sometime, and it's never too early to try to shore up our fiscal health, especially when you look at these deficits. So we just cannot. So in some ways, every line item, when I look at these unfunded budgets, I would say, yeah, we should do this. This is justified. Every single one I can get behind like 100%. But then in totality, when I look at the total budget and I say, well, that leads to 22 million in spending on 20 million of revenue, then that just doesn't work. And so I also share Councilmember Kendall's concern that we probably this year have to already address this. And I would come into this meeting, I'm voting no on everything, like 0. Okay, because that's fair. Like I would say, no, the buck's got to stop somewhere. And really, we just can't justify it. I like every single one, but you just have to stop at some point. So Now, that's probably not practical to say we aren't going to fund any of these because many of these are for the future health of our city, certainly for our roads. We know that that saying a stitch in time saves nine, where $1 spent today saves $9 later. It's going to be fiscally prudent for us to have those funds and do those repairs earlier than later. So again, this is a very challenging place for our city to be. And I do want the public to know that we need to communicate to the public that as well run as we have been, and thanks to all the good work we've done, we really are looking at some ugly numbers here. And we should not just pass by this moment in 1 hour and then get through another year where the public thinks, oh, well, we did it, everything's okay. No, everything's not okay. And I feel badly about the number of people who come to before us and write to us and ask for more enhancements to our city parks, for example. I love this. I do want to invest in that, or I do want to put the public housing 250,000 in to just show where our ethics are and our morals are, even though we can't afford it. But then it's difficult for me to figure out how we deal with this. And so I still say that as a city, we can do all these things. We just have to raise the money to do it. But if we don't want to raise the money, then we cannot do it. And it's binary. It's really like, I got no problem to go out and raise the money, and I've got no problem to say no either. But at the end of the day, we must live within our budgets. And that's just, I'm sure that you all agree with me, but it is hard politically for us to say no to all these wonderful things. So I don't know how I'm going to vote yet, but I just would throw that out as an overview of my sentiments at the moment.
And just to clarify, you mentioned roads, but you're not suggesting we cut any spending on roads for this next fiscal year, correct?
I have not. I was just giving an overview of my comments, in that I come to this meeting thinking, hesitant to vote yes on any of these, but I am going to selectively have to pick some, or figure out some approach in collaboration with the rest of you.
Okay, well, so far, roads are not on the list of unfunded. Do you want to add them?
Well, there's $1 million
No,
that's discussed
year
for the
after.
future. I understand. Yes, I'm looking at the 5-year. I'm talking about a
Okay, but
5-year.
we're not, just to be clear, we're not approving the 5-year. We're approving the next year's budget.
Yes.
That's all we're voting on tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so no road.
Roads are
Okay,
not part of this agenda.
okay. Who's next? Vice Mayor Dawson.
Well, I agree with many of the comments you made, that this is a sorry situation we're in, especially this council, that this is happening under our watch. That we're, it's obviously been building up and prices are going up. So we're seeing that down the road. We're looking at a situation we need to try to get in front of. That being said, I want to ask, because I think we did ask this of Greg when he was here about the affordable housing contribution. Was that tied into any of our programs that we had provided to, as part of our, as in our housing element?
If you can give me a minute, I know he sent us an
Okay.
email and I'll see if I can find it.
Well, we'll wait for Greg, but I don't think we did not put in any of our elements that we would be contributing. We said we would look at
Okay.
sources.
Okay. I
And
just
we
wanted to
listed a
confirm
number
that.
of sources, none of which was contribution from general fund.
Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm that because, I'm all for tightening belts. That being said, I think that, I agree with the comments said earlier, both by Tracy and Susan, that we need to show that we are on this path, that the city has been really good at providing services at the level we've done for so many years, thanks to our great staff and thanks to our wonderful, how we finance that and stretch those dollars. So it almost seems like, yes, this is a steep decline, but really it's just catching up with us now. That being said, I would have a hard time. Probably the only place that I would look at cutting, particularly on this year, would be that affordable housing contribution, because there is still so much in the air. I know there's think bills now too, that the state is looking at providing. Yeah, different bonds that maybe we can be creative looking at those as opposed to setting this aside, not knowing what kind of matching we might need to provide if we were to pursue that, but otherwise, I think these right now for this year, in my mind, are necessary things to that stitch in time that you mentioned, Councilmember Kwok. I think these are important to put these into place and start, especially the law in anything that has to do with infrastructure right now, so it just doesn't get worse over the next year. So I'm of the mind of not, well, put it this way, I know we need to tighten our belts, but I think that's something we need to do forward thinking. But I do appreciate the recommendation we had before that staff looks very well internally, so they could present us with where we could tighten our belts and where we do have some places to look, as well as definitely directing the ad hoc. That's something we talked about a few years ago, and it's now time. Get that in motion.
Confirm what you said. The program says the city will create a plan to utilize existing funds in the Housing Trust Fund and identify additional sources for ongoing revenues. It doesn't commit a number towards affordable housing.
Yep. And it goes on to mention some specific examples.
Such as commercial development linkage fees, vacancy taxes, real estate transfers, and so on.
Yeah, great. Okay. Okay, Councilmember.
So in terms of the affordable housing bonds and things, there will be a requirement for matching funds. And so while this might not be the time to put the money into the affordable housing contribution, I do still think that it's important that as we look at how we do these, we're not going to be doing the 670 million all by ourselves. I mean, we're going to partner with affordable housing developers and nonprofits and things like that. I can support taking that out at this time. I agree with the making sure that we're funding infrastructure, like the Parks Trail and Rec parking lots. I don't know. I believe that the studies have been done and that the reason that it was asked to move forward with this in this cycle is because it needs to be done, or as it goes down the road, it will end up costing us more. If that's not true, then we can look at that. But I think that cutting that by 50% doesn't get us to where we need to be on that. If we're going to start, I don't see how we cut the other things by 50%. For example, economic development manager, that seems to be, then you get 3 months, not 6 months. I think that I'm going around some of the other ones, but the additional sinking funds, we could kick that down the road, but I think that it's important that we begin also to plan for those. And I appreciate the whole discussion around why we're in this situation, not just for spending, but for the increased expenses across the board on a number of things, insurance, things that we've already been struggling with in terms of waste, stormwater, and the other pieces. If we're going to start, I believe that we didn't vote to commit to it, but the crossing guards, I think, is a partnership, and our safety. And I suppose we could look at cutting that by 50%, but I think making some commitment to that. I think we also get goodwill and benefits from the Chamber of Commerce support. And I know I'm going into more detail, Mayor, but I think we're probably going there in a second anyway. And if we were going to start cutting those other things by 50%, I wish we would have had the mural be part of this discussion, because definitely on an infrastructure and I'm going to channel Don Lively, nice to have versus a need. I think that would be one of the things that, and I actually said it during the vote that I was voting for it because of course I support art, but when I'm looking at a balance of, priorities and things like that. So happy to, I think I just kind of said which ones I thought that I could support, but look forward to the continued discussion. Sorry, Beatrice, I went away from the mic.
Okay, well, I take a little different approach. But I want to start by following up on something that you said, Councilmember Geringer, about how we got here. Because someone may be saying, well, why didn't the council see this coming? And what's interesting is if you look at the third, fourth, and fifth out years, the surplus, the deficit is fairly steady, 1.9, 1.88, 1.92. And if you look at the major components of that deficit, right away, $1 million comes from the roads. And we were just given the information that we're going to have that increased expense. That's something that was an unpleasant surprise for all of us. 250,000, if we vote for it, is the housing contribution, and we didn't see that one coming. In the out years, 100,000, roughly 98 in the first year, 101, 104 is for the insurance, which again was a big increase, which we didn't see coming. And then you can put in the office rent at 169,000. So that adds up in the third year at 25-26 to 1.51 million, 1.52 the next year, 1.526. So most of the deficit are these things that are new. And you mentioned of course, the downtown assessment and the storm drain. I didn't include those because we knew about those, and those are big numbers. I don't think those count for this kind of analysis. So, I mean, I just put that there as if anyone says, council members, why didn't you see it coming? These are all relatively all new things. Okay, but that doesn't get us out of the situation. We're here and we have to deal with it. But the way that I look at this, if you look at the 5-year plan or the 5-year forecast that's here, we carry out to fiscal year 25-26. So that's 3 more fiscal years and still maintain our reserve target, even at the current level of spending, even if we are to approve the items that we approved at the last meeting. So if we were to go for a sales tax increase in 2024, and the worst case, of course, is we don't get it, then we've got a year and a half. Well, let me back up a minute. With the staff work that's going to be done in the near future, we should have a better sense of, are there things there that maybe we have not thought about enough? But again, even going back deeper, I have a lot of confidence in the staff that we're not spending money that we shouldn't be spending. But still, I appreciate the staff effort to look at if we needed to erase these deficits in the 4th and 5th year, what would we need to cut in order to do that? So that's the work. And we may decide even before we get to the sales tax, election, that we want to make cuts. We could decide that, 4 months from now, we could make those cuts. If we had recommendations and we thought those things were more palatable to cut. And by more palatable, I mean they're not as cost effective or as desirable by the public as the things that we're going to be discussing this evening. So if we got to the election and it didn't pass, we would still have a year and a half to make adjustments. And one of the big items in this is the roads. I mean, I think we could make adjustments to the budget that we could bring it back into a balanced budget. What I'm getting is when I look at each of these items, I'm thinking it is something that we really want to do next year. And if it's something that would be valuable to do next year, I still feel that we should go ahead and do it. So that's the lens I'm going to be looking at as we do this, because while you look at these outer years and look at the deficits, I see it as a concerning situation. I do not see it as a situation that would require us to burn bridges with any organization. That's probably too inflammatory in several senses to say, but I would still want to do things that are important for us to do as a city. So are there any other comments on general approach? If there are, let's get those. But then if there aren't, let's go right to the unfunded items and discuss them. Okay. All right. So the first item, we'll take them the way they're in the staff report. The PTR parking lots at the community center, Buckeye Fields, and the community park.
I support leaving them in.
I support leaving them in at 50% and just spreading it out longer.
I would support, I think, to Councilmember Geringer's point. Jonathan, are you free to answer a question right now? You want to, same thing. We know that you guys are really tight, and I know there's things that you kind of had to balance yourself in coming up with this. So is this a realistic number for the 3 years? Is there any, a little more?
So that pace was based on the engineer's review of the site. So the city engineers reviewed all the parking lots to see basically how much existing life was lasting in the asphalt. We have conditions out there because of the similar conditions to our Buckeye patio, where there's a lot of groundwater, moving soil. There's potential hazards and liability risks on top of the potential failing of the surface itself. So those are all things that we monitor, we repair as needed. But those recommendations were based on the engineer's assessment of the sites and how having the funding available for when we need to do those repairs.
Okay, and then that basically implies you need to do those repairs this year, start getting them done this year.
That was spreading it out over a sinking fund to roll those in. So the actual parking lot repairs, this is spreading it out into a sinking fund that would then turn over into the repairs over time for the parking lots.
Okay.
So that initial amount isn't for necessarily the amount that we need in year one. It was to spread the costs out over time.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on?
Yes.
On that? Okay, so the way I think need to look at it is today, the number is 500. If we were to start on a 3-year plan today, the number is 500,000.
Yes.
If we were to defer this 3 years, what would the number be? Do we have any idea? Because if the number is still 500, we defer it. If the number is 700, we probably don't. It's the same analysis that we go through. Well, I'm not doing the CPAC, but the same thing you do with CPAC is trying to maintain the 75 or 76 pavement condition index. Is it, well, the analysis usually is the sooner you make the repair, the lower the overall cost is.
So that's the overall cost. There are portions of the project that would be rolled out with other road repair, I believe was their plan, and the city engineers know this better than I do. When there's other road work, because there are 3 lots that will fail at 3 different rates, they may not have just an exact $170,000 amount that goes into that first year, but they would roll out portions of that repair over time. So it wouldn't all happen at the very end of the cycle as it is a sinking fund, but they'd access those funds over that period of time in conjunction with their roadway plans when they already are working with contracts to do paving and that type of work. So the cost and timing of each project will vary over that period of time, and the amount of failing in each parking lot will fail over time.
I just want to mention that prices, both labor and material in the road repair have been going up precipitously. I mean, more than we had expected, which is part of the 1 million, not all of the 1 million for the roads. So when you ask the question, is it going to be more expensive in 3 years? Our last 3 years experience show that, well, obviously it'll be more expensive, but it could be 50% more if we keep seeing these kinds of inflationary rises. We don't know if that's going to happen, but in this case, because we've seen it, it's, you know, the sooner the better.
Yeah, and I guess that's always the approach, but like with roads, if you get to a certain PCI, it's not a steady downward slope. When you get to a certain PCI, it drops and the cost goes up. So do we know if these parking lots?
I'm not an engineer, but I don't think that the parking lot is similar to a road. I mean, with roads, you've got curbs and gutters, you have to grind the thing out. I mean, we can ask tomorrow, but I don't think it's that situation necessarily, that if it goes, it's more expensive. Because I think at this point, it's probably as expensive in that sense as it's going to be. Could be wrong. We can get back to you on that.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see, just to review the bidding, we have 500K on the end and you're 500K and you are 250. And
My view is this is not, I think when I look at this list, I think of some that are discretionary items, and this is like not really discretionary. You're gonna have to pay someday or another. We're just sort of allocating some now. If we didn't, we still have, it's not like we got rid of it. And so to me, it actually doesn't matter whether I said 500 or 0, because when that comes to be paid, we have to pay it, right? It's just, do we allocate a little bit now? So this is not, to me, a big, difficult one. I could say yes or no, and it'd be the same. So I'm happy to set aside the funds in the event that we need to do it earlier and it was cheaper to do it earlier. I think that's probably still the prudent way to go with this particular item. So I'm fine with 500.
okay, so, and so am I. So on the theory that we're not going to approve everything, anything until we prove everything, I'm marking this down as a yes. We'll come back. Okay, the next item is the 250K for low-income housing. Well, number 2 is the
Spreadsheet, I'm sorry. The spreadsheet hasn't been ordered.
okay, so comments on that.
So on the 250,000, would be good to have. We do need to plan for this, but given the current situation, I would be okay with not putting it in this cycle, but having it be a priority when we have our discussions around needs and all of those things as we go forward.
I agree. I'd agree as well. As much as I think it's important to, have that ability to have some flexibility and show that we are supportive. I think this could wait until we have a better view on money going forward.
It pains me to look at this item because I think we need to put our money where our ethics are, and to say 0, rather than something. And, this was an effort to have something meaningful rather than absolutely 0. I don't think it's necessary to go to absolutely 0. On the other hand, to go to $20,000 probably doesn't really mean anything either. So I think this was sort of a minimal chit in the to have in the ring, and I think it would have it was there to show HCD that we are committed to this. And to your point about any future bonds, they do look for matching, so we would have to start building up a fund. And so I think ethically, I would just say I feel very strongly to do this, but practically we have to make choices. So I'm fine to not include it this year.
Yeah, well, I was skeptical about this when it was first raised, but I've come around to think we really need to do it. I think it's the right thing to do. In talking with Greg, I think it's something that would be helpful to do. You know, I agree. My understanding is the same in terms of having seed money matching funding. You know, we've got 2 million, but to show that we're contributing more, I think that that's important to do. If we don't have any additional revenue, then I think we have a reason to consider stopping it. But I would do it for the first 2 years. So
At that level?
at the 250 level, yeah. I mean, I think it's, we want affordable housing. You know, we can't, and I understand the point about it, this basically buys half a unit, but it also provides us some flexibility, you know, if we want to have matching funds or seed money or however it is. I think it also, it does send a signal. You know, there's no guarantee that that signal will be received, but I think it's important at this point to send that signal.
So, sorry. Oh, I think you said it, but so the current amount in our affordable housing fund is,
Little over 2 million.
okay. And Mayor, thank you. So what we would be approving tonight would be beginning to put aside 250,000 each year. We will look at this budget again, you know, next year and with all of our expenses and everything, and can make a decision to not do that. So my heart, where my commitment is to put aside that money. So I appreciate you saying that. It's this struggle with, you know, looking at kind of fixing that deficit this year. So I appreciated your comments on that it is out there. I appreciate all your comments, except for that I never want to try to do a measure where I think there might be a chance that we lose, but that's another discussion when the committee comes back. So I'm morally and all of that want to do it, but still sort of torn on how it fits with everything else. So and I'll come around in a second.
Okay, well.
Same thing, yeah. Do you want to keep discussing? Yeah. Okay, I agree. I wish we could do this 100%. I wish I could put $1 million in, to be perfectly honest. But it just doesn't seem fiscally responsible at this moment in time. Maybe next year will be different. Maybe something happens. I don't know. I can't. I'm going to have a hard time justifying this, you know, and we didn't promise to do it. And so I don't think it's going to hurt us because we didn't promise to do it, right? HCD doesn't know about this, and they know we want to if they listen to any of this tonight, but they can look at our bottom line and go, oops, ouch. So.
I'm of the mind, like, I feel strongly the same way. This is something that I think makes great sense when Greg brought it up, to show that we are serious and we want to put our money where our mouth is. I'm wondering if there's like a way we can look at it in terms of maybe decreasing the amount, or in 2 years, we'll look at it like it's a $500,000, like between this year and next year. Because we are committed to looking at 2026 on, depending how a measure might go. So instead of the 5 years out, cutting it short and reviewing, so at least we have, I don't know what kind of percentage the matching might be if we were to go after a bond, which I hope we do look at some point too, because it will be necessary to help entice, I imagine, developers to come to town. So, and there's no program around it, which does give some flexibility around that as well.
Yeah, and we're not approving 5 years.
Well, oh, right. We're just approving today, but I'm just saying, I don't know if it'll look good to say we're approving this 1 year and, or taking it away later. I'm just kind of looking at it that way, like if there was a finite thing. So just starting off. Well, in that case, if we're We have 2 million now, we'd it's 10% of what we might have in there now. It's like not bad. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it too, because I definitely know it's an important thing and I want to do this as well. But we do not have a program tied to it. So it kind of works both ways. Yeah. I can agree.
So, oh, yeah, he still had his, so I'm going to go out on a limb, and I was the one who I think at the last meeting did push for us to do this for all the reasons that that it states here and that the mayor just articulated, that I am supportive of leaving it in at the 250, but that is contingent upon how we look at kind of the rest of the items as well. So
Okay, so you're a tentative yes. Okay, so we have 3 tentative yeses.
I could be swayed. No, I am swayed, but I think I would be open if to a 1 or 2 year commitment and then to reassess whether we have ongoing funding or not.
Well, I think we can all agree it's a 1-year commitment.
Yeah, that I understand too, but I think part of the intent here is to not just do it for 1 year. But
That would be ideal. Yeah.
because 1 year, yeah, I don't think that's a commitment. And I would like to show a commitment, but I think the way you phrased it, Mayor, to say this is a commitment we can make until we find out if we don't have funding, then we can no longer commit to it. And that's an area that I could go with.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall. Okay. All right, so I'll put it down as a tentative yes. All right, so the third one is the public art murals. 96,000 total, 27,000 in the first year, which we've approved.
and yeah, and since we approved them, and because again, because we I think, Mayor, the way you said it was that commitment to doing that. But if we start whittling lots of things, I do want to look at that as we go forward. And we committed for the next 27 this year and then 24.3 in the subsequent years. That would be things that we would need to look at if we're really starting to look at where we have to make cuts. And I appreciate you making the point about that even with the deficits, they're happening for all of these various reasons, some that were quite unexpected and others that are just continuing to increase. Anyway, I'm okay with going forward on that for now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Dawson.
Well, I'm of the mind that we approved it for this year, so we can commit to that commitment that we just made.
Okay, are you okay with that? Okay. Okay, 60K for the economic development manager for 26 months at 20 hours per week.
Is he willing to renegotiate?
Well, we've already renegotiated.
It's already negotiated down from his 30 hours. This is also coming out of ARPA money.
I know, but I'm just,
Yeah, no, I don't know that he would. I mean, I think we
perfect.
have
What
some-
is he
I
doing
think-
20 hours of work for us every week?
I
I'm not
think that
familiar.
coming up, yes, he will be, because we'll be launching the website, and there's quite a lot of footwork that I think needs to be done to get that launched.
The website for?
The downtown business.
Yeah, it's business promotion.
Oh,
It's
okay.
out of the whole ARPA economic support, and he is pivotal in a lot of these programs that we have right now. So he's, we don't have economic development staff. And the chamber has also lost somebody that, is kind of helping out. So it which leads to the chamber discussion that, right, yeah.
So I would say that there are projects that we are in the middle of that that staff does not have the time to run point on. But I would say that, after this is over, we will have to take back. But that would probably be it.
Okay. The other question is that economic development program going to cost us more? Do we have that budgeted?
So we've been talking about, you're talking about the website.
Yeah, the website and whatever is tied to the website.
So we do have some money budgeted within from ARPA that we originally had budgeted towards that. So we have been asking the question about ongoing costs to keep that website up. And I think that we probably between the chamber and current staff, it should be relatively easy to keep going. I see the only costs would be, I would say pretty minimal just in terms of hosting, website hosting.
Okay.
But that's a question that, I have been asking.
Yeah. Right.
To be able to maintain. We absolutely don't expect or want that we have to add additional ongoing costs for that.
We did build in that to the budget, some sustainability of the website as well as any promotions that we've already launched and we're in the midst of and hoping to, sustain. The other thing is the website is definitely a economic development tool because it's our first directory of businesses in town. So it's our foray, but we have thought of that and we're working with our web developer to make sure it's as least impactful as possible on staff so we can stretch our resources.
But just to assure you, each of the programs that he's working on is funded and is in here in expenses. Okay, any other comments on this item? That's a tentative yes. So we have, okay, next is the part-time reserve officer.
I'm confused. It wasn't there. It's not.
It's not technically unfunded. It's actually in your budget right now, but I put it in because it was an additional, it's an additional position, but it's already included in your base budget.
Okay, so do we leave that as it is? Okay. So then the crossing guards, 40,000 additional for a total of 140,000.
I thought we did approve this for this 1 year and we were going to look at it.
We did it in the sense of each item of the unfunded items, we did a tentative.
Okay.
Approval with the understanding we'd come back.
Yeah.
It's approved till everything's approved.
Okay. Is this another one of those ones that we have a partnership? And we did make a commitment to go up to a certain amount, but that amount has not gone up, just like prices of. So I feel like for this year, that's important. And then maybe work with the school board and figure out how other ways the school district we can help them even burden this cost. This is expensive. We were talking about the hourlies even, in comparison to other cities and how they're doing it. If there's any other creative ways we can support them doing what they need to do with the safety guards, but at a more economical way. I don't know. So I think for this year, I'm fine with this, especially it does line up with our priorities of school safety.
That being said, I think that we ought to put it 40 grand forever.
Yeah, well, that was also what we decided tentatively last time.
Right, but it's not in our spreadsheet.
Ac-
So that's
ac-
I would.
Actually, what, I'm
Well-
sorry, Tracy, what,
No.
I don't disagree, but what Councilmember Kwok said was to do the 40 this year and then to look at it next year to see if there are ways to do these costs and all of those. And I believe that we have those discussions and we look at that, not necessarily us with the school board, but the city manager and the superintendent to look at, are there ways to save those costs and to push back? And I think what Councilmember Kwok said, on the negotiations with the school crossing guard company. I would absolutely support doing up to the, you know, to a total of 140 every going forward, and having that analysis. And if it goes down, if things change next year and it's easier for them to get crossing guards, fine. But I don't think that it's going to. But at the last meeting, I think we had said we would approve it for 1 year and then review it. But I would support also Councilmember Kendall, but I think looking at it again next year would potentially be a good thing.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so on this item, we're yes, but we're going to look at it again next year. But frankly, we'll probably
And
look at
I was just gonna say, we can look at it all. I would just potentially caution the council about a blank check for something that you have no control over, which is why we originally put the original ceiling there. So I always think that we don't hire the crossing guards. We don't decide on the number of crossing guards. We don't put them anywhere. So I would just, it's fine, but that would be something I would just I would ask that you think about in the future, is it's not a blank check for half of whatever it costs in perpetuity.
No, absolutely. And I said this last meeting, and I hope it'll get in the minutes for the next meeting. We're approving this, but we're not approving raising the 100,000
Right.
to 140,000 for 1 year only. We're saying we're going to go above our limit and contribute an extra 40,000, but we're not changing the memorandum of understanding and increasing the total amount.
And I agree on that. And I think that having been on the other side, that my understanding was that there was discussion. And so this is interesting, but that any time that the number of crossing guards increased at any of the school sites, that there were discussions with the city. No? Okay.
And I mean, to be honest, is the city going to say no?
Yeah.
I mean, let's
Well,
be realistic.
But I think that with our collaboration, that we should have those discussions. So as the contract, and I thought last year Narup and I, when I was in the mayor's seat, we did actually, talk pretty closely with them about not necessarily changing it, but there was a push on both sides to look at how that MOU. So that would be what I would encourage, not to go above what our 100,000 is going forward, but to have that discussion again before we come back to our next budget cycle and actual proactive discussion with the school district.
Yeah, again, this is a special, if we were to do it, it's a special allocation for this year.
I think it's been said already, but just to state my position is I feel we're giving a 1 year time to think about how to get within the budget next year. So I think that we want to help this year, but this year must be the working year to try to get it within the budget cap, right? Work hard at that. And that would be the reason to allocate it this year.
Okay.
But for 1 year.
No, that's good. That's a good refinement of the message. Okay. So the next one is the 20,000 for the chamber.
I'm supportive of doing that, and partly because it's been a very long time since we have had this discussion and have had an increase.
I agree with that. And definitely, they're not passing anything on to make any profit. They're definitely just trying to cover cost of a lot of the work that they do in support of city with all the events. So it's for what they do, I think it's a fair ask. And I think it's important to keep that relationship, and it costs that much money. Basically, the bulk of it is for reimbursing us for the services we provide to.
I agree that it, on the last point, that the bulk of it is just, it comes right back to us, at least for our, the major festival of the year, the Arts and Wine Festival really is our community festival. It's not the Chamber's festival, it's the city's, right? So most of the activities are for the city, and I view that these funds are for us. So I support the 20,000, the 20,000.
Councilmember Kendall.
I think we're doing really badly at cutting down our budget. I think we're just being bad at our budget and we are not being very critical at really thinking about these things.
Well, I think I very respectfully disagree. I think we've looked at each item carefully and decided whether to move ahead with it or not. So I support that item as well. But you are correct. We've looked at each of these items and we're moving forward with them with some message on a couple of them. So the last item we have to consider is the proposal that Grace Dixon brought to us today.
The sinking.
The sinking
funds.
fund.
I assume the sinking funds were.
Oh, the sinking, I'm sorry. Yep, okay. All right, I was looking at unfunded, but
the sinking funds
Yep.
were unfunded. They're
Yep,
just a
you're right.
bunch of them together, which was
Yep,
at the 110,000.
okay.
So I have a question and I mean, with the overall thing. So we put them in at the top of the range. And so that makes it 110,000 annually. And the bottom of the range is 65. And yes, it's money. It's money that we're trying to be very thoughtful about, but Tracy, I know, I mean, it'll just be slower to get us to that point on that. But over the course of time, I'm just wondering, is there?
So the risk that you run is that these things that we put the money away for, things that you will spend your money on later, as we said, their infrastructure. So what you're trying to do is smooth the path. So yes, you could put them in. It's just the bump that you will hit at some point will be bigger, right? And a good example, I think, of that is, our general plan. I think that we only do that once every 20 years, right? But when we do it, it's very expensive. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we didn't put any money away for it. So what happens is we get to 20 years and it's, oh my God, we have to find $150,000-$200,000 a year for a couple of years. And puts a dent in the budget. If you had put it away for 20 years, you would not. That would have. So it's take your pain now or take your pain later.
And
That's really the answer.
Yeah. And currently, unlike sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Unlike the 250,000 toward the affordable housing, $2 million, there are no funds currently set aside for these. We're just adding.
Yeah.
So all of those are depleted, not, we would be starting this.
Yes, so we
sinking fund.
didn't
There's
start the
not.
general, we did have a fund for the general fund. We just started it too late, right? We didn't start it 20 years ago. We started it like 3 years ago and then we caught up and then we were at pay as you go. Okay, so we could, I think, as an example, we do have the police building now. Buildings are expensive, roofs
but earning interest at the city. Inflation. So it's like taking that money out of circulation and it's sitting there losing value. That's partly why we approved, we could, buy property with the city fund, because then get a higher rate of return on a, we hope, safe investment. But it's not an investment. Sorry, Mala. It's property we're going to use. Okay, but the idea we put this, wouldn't we be better off if we used, instead of putting money in the sinking fund, we spend money now, say the roof on the community center, rather than waiting to do that roof, we take this money and spend it there, because then you're putting it into an asset that that's going to
Okay.
increase in cost and you're taking care of it now.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree, because that makes your budget go way up and way down. You will get spikes. So by putting it away every year, let me just say then, councils, if I have a year where I don't have a roof to put on something and it's gonna look like I have extra money left over, some councils may be like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of extra money.
Have you
We
ever
should
had a
put-
council
Yes.
that did that? No.
Yes. I just don't think you can see what's coming. And, I think that it's just like you have your own, you have your car, it's hard, when you need new tires and you didn't budget for it and you've got to all of a sudden come up with $1,000. We can talk about, it's always been the philosophy that we know we're going to spend money, we put it away over time so that when we need to spend it, the money has been put away. And so for all the things, we do have money for a community center roof because we have been putting money away for that for 25 years. So instead of having to come up with $1 million today, when the roof is leaking badly, we have put that money away over a period of time. So it really doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah, I still think you're losing value on money. The money could be used more efficiently. I mean, these are new sinking funds we're creating, so we're looking at these. So I'm going into this generally looking at it, then I would not support these sinking funds, given where we are now.
I would just say we've been in a good position because of this type of accounting with the sinking funds and being conservative. It just so happens that we're, hitting more expenses and that things have gone up. So I don't know if we should turn into this corner of, trying to raise more money by not doing what has worked for us. I think that adds another factor that we, throw into the mix that might not be the best way to go forward. Yeah.
So could I suggest something? Because I think we're looking at some of this piecemeal. We've got these things and they're new. And I think we're sort of this year, we're looking at for this year. I think that the exercise that we're going to do and we're going to come to you with is to look at the budget holistically with everything. And the department heads are going to come up with potentials. We look at it like a tier, like the things that are absolutely must have. This is our mission. And then there's a layer on top of that. And then, I think it would be more valuable for you to consider everything. If you were to ask me, is there $110,000 in this budget that I would rather not spend for things and put it into the sinking fund? I think that that's a conversation that we should have, but you're thinking about it in a vacuum. So I can see putting all of these things in, and then when we look at the budget, these just become the things that we then think about going forward, and everything is a trade-off. So that's what I would say. You're getting into a potentially a philosophical conversation. So if we put these sinking funds in now, we have categories for them. And then one of the things that we might want to look at when we do our budget review is, you know what, maybe there are sinking funds that we don't need or that don't seem useful or that possibly are not making, are not a good return on putting that money away. That's entirely possible, but we should probably look at it as a whole.
Okay, and there's no penalty or
There is no penalty for stopping a sinking fund or starting or no, you can stop contributing at any point, which we have, right? We used to have funds that we put money into, but because of budget constraints before, we just sort of, they dwindled away.
okay, so you can take the money and fund and apply it to anything else. Okay.
Absolutely. Anything the council's heart desires. They're not, we restrict them as part of policy, but they are not legally restricted in any way. Just because I have money in a sinking fund for a roof doesn't mean that the council could not decide to spend that on something else in the future.
Okay.
They are not irrevocable
They are not
trusts and sinking
irrevocable
funds.
trusts. They are
Okay.
completely under your control.
I'll change my vote to a yes.
I'm a support on that.
Yeah, I think the sinking funds are a good idea. It's proactive in thinking about expenses we anticipate, so.
I mean, the money isn't going anywhere. Okay. All right. Anything else on the items that we discussed at the last meeting? Okay, then we'll move on to the new item. That's the proposal for the park fund. Okay, the 3-year annual matching fund of $35,000.
So Tracy, would this be sinking fund? Would we be, we would be putting this into the Parks, Trails and Rec budget, or how would this, have you seen the?
I only saw it briefly because it came in, at noon
Yeah.
today. So I don't know how, Jonathan and I could talk about how best we would put those funds aside and to spend. I would, keep my opinion.
So we have the two funds currently, the Parklands Fund and the Facilities Fund. And there was some discussion earlier in the comment, and thank you to Grace Dixon for all the passion around parks. And the efforts that have been made towards the Downtown Parkland Fund that would support what we have is Fund 17 that allows us to acquire new parkland. This is more dedicated to Fund 12, our facilities fees that can only be spent for developing facilities. So a park like gazebo on land that is already city land, or Lee Creek side, you can't use parkland funds for them because you're not acquiring new parkland. You're developing facilities on existing lands. So this is a different idea, and I think a different effort that she's considering with this nonprofit. And those fees would likely be used towards the engineering for those type of projects. The one concern is, and I think Councilmember Kwok shared some of this earlier with some of the concerns with the road projects is, and the reason that we've had to put a delay on the creek side and gazebo is because when you're looking at the path, we had $70,000 in this year's budget to work on those projects. And that's a conceptual design that doesn't include the civil engineering for a project like that. So you go through the conceptual design process. You have to start looking at the civil engineering. You have to look at the CEQA costs for both projects. Then you have to look at the actual construction costs. So you're looking at that 70,000, then you get into the civil engineering that could be upwards of 200,000 more to do the civil, whatever you're going to have to do to go through a CEQA process. And the actual construction cost, we have $1 million playground at the community center right now that we're working on in that project. construction management, that we haven't been able to bring in our own city engineers for a project like that. At the meantime, while this is all happening, those fees are coming in at a much different pace for us now. So when we looked at our forecast going into this budget year, we thought, well, we might have $3 million in revenue to move forward with. $3 million. So we also expected last year. And we're looking at 2025 as the soonest that we could have any funds available from those multi-unit projects that we would expect would pay out. When I look back at my list of projects and what we had to do, we haven't had the ability to add these facilities on our existing lands. We've improved. We had to go through the rink resurface of the community center and add a pickleball, but we had to do that. That was a maintenance of that surface that needed to be done, but we found a way to expand service. The Jennifer Russell build, we needed to make the building more seismically safe. We increased the size, made it better for care. Brooks play structures had to be removed because they broke down. That's how we used those fees. The community center restrooms were going to fail. And then the most used and one of the most important facilities of the community center. We're now going through the playground that is failing and that will support our child care and older, the older children that come through that care program. And coming up, we have our the patio project that is a maintenance issue and a potential safety hazard. The parking lots that we discussed in the sinking funds. If you go visit the playground at the community park, that's another one we're going to have to keep on our radar for those funds moving forward. The turf at the play fields and what we're going to have to do to replace that as that comes. The roof and HVAC project that we have been saving for through our sinking funds. And I would also encourage council, any members of the public to visit the Buckeye Meeting Room as well. That's another aging facility that we're going to have to keep on our radar. And it is going to be very, very challenging as we're looking at costs coming forward to take on new parklands and new projects without potential additional funding and looking at that path moving forward and all these other costs. Because the reality of it is that at our current size and with our current revenue stream, it's going to be hard to just maintain what we have, let alone any growth like this and have that path moving forward to fund all the steps of those projects.
Well, I have questions for John.
Yeah, Councilman.
Yeah. So the proposal on the table is to have a matching fund for 3 years of a certain amount. And can you explain how that would be helpful to achieving the goals? How would that be used?
So the matching funds that were proposed by Grace Dixon really would start to cover that conceptual design and the engineering. I think that those were the first costs that we had discussed that were sort of a known cost. When we look back at the previous iteration of Lee Creekside Park, we had only ever entered into a master plan phase. We weren't into the actual civil design that could be turned into a bid package and put out into the world for construction. Same with this. This is really a conceptual design of the play structures that then could be turned over to a civil engineer and put into place and come up with a grading plan and everything that we would need to move that project forward. So it would be put towards at that pace, sort of just starting to put the ideas together for the project to get it ready for a potential bid package.
Okay, so it was a matching fund of 35, 35, and 35, as I recall. And so assuming that the public would contribute into the nonprofit to match 105 times 210, right? So the funds are 210 eventually. And then, but the original $70,000 that we had spoke about, has that inflation adjusted become a different number? And is that the first chunk that would be funded?
So the 70,000 is sort of where you need to start to get the conceptual design done. And then the civil engineering, I was only able to provide very ballpark estimates without the conceptual design. And this sort of at the level of engagement with the public that we've done to date, we've hit a refresh button that really starts us at ground zero so that all sides could come together and have that discussion. So I can't It's difficult to give an exact estimate on the civil because the discussion hasn't happened regarding that 70,000 for the conceptual design yet. So it could get you very close to the amount needed to take a conceptual design and get it into civil, but it's hard to say without going through that first process that is the $70,000 to come up with that conceptual design.
Okay, and question, I'm reading the proposal, not strict matching, but the city puts in 35,000 and the goal would be to raise an additional 50,000 each year. And so 85 and then, but is that number picked in order to meet the design plus engineering for Lee and the gazebo? If you could, is that all right? Or we have to?
Yeah, are you gonna open a public comment? Because I think she's speaking now as a member of the public, so that's what I wanted to.
I'm in favor of opening the public comment just to get an answer, understand that. Okay,
And
so we'll open
Mayor,
the
may-
public comment. And I know we'll ask for at home too on this.
Oh, sorry, and maybe before you open it up, can you extend the meeting past?
Oh, right. Yeah.
11?
Can I have a motion to extend the meeting till midnight?
I'll move to extend the meeting till midnight.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, or Jonathan, can you answer that question? No, we don't.
So I think the number was, it really took shape after I shared the potential estimates for civil engineering costs. I gave an initial range of 100,000 to 200,000, sort of based on the Buckeye patio cost being $112,000. Which was a little bit less for the community center playground. We're looking at 2 parks, conceptual design, so it's pretty broad range for the 2. But it was, from what I understand, brought forward with the idea of those 2 steps.
Okay, thank you. Okay, comments, other comments?
I think I just want to say, I want to commend Grace for this creative idea. I know it's painful for all of us to think about, like, the parks that not only as part of the commission, but beforehand that you've been working on and people of the community have been working on. But we're back to this place where this is one of those things that I think when we talk about that third recommendation and talking to the, getting the ad hoc committee going, these are fundamental things that we need to show the community that we are not able to just put this money out there, that we do need their help one way or another, because Grace is doing it, creating the 501c3, working with the Community Foundation with our MOU. It would be great if we as a city were be able to afford that, and why we need that revenue stream to be able to just make that, we want more parks. We acknowledge we need more parks. It's for multiple reasons. Similar though to what we were discussing with the, almost like if we put this money in, it's similar to like, okay, we're not going to get really to that shovel ready place. So I'm not sure about the timing of it. So I'm still trying to think about that in my mind. I know this is important and a fundamental need actually for our community, especially as we're growing. But I'm just not sure if right now with this particular budget we're working with if it's feasible. So I'm in a tough place, but at the same time, it does give our community a chance to weigh in with their opinion and supporting the idea of funding a park and showing like, yes, if we can show that we're behind this idea and get the community help, where's the community gonna, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out the positioning of how we would want to go to the community and say, we really need this and we need your help to do it, whether it be this way or more realistically through other means of having the whole community participate, which I can think would be similar to what was poked up in their recommendation was a sales tax increase. So it's just my thoughts.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question. One way to look at this is we don't have the money, or PTR has not allocated Fund 12 to cover this expense because we have, well, there's very little money, and it's all being used on the community center playground, plus money borrowed from the recreation surplus. So this would be looked at as a general fund contribution to this specific purpose with no intent of repayment. It would be a general fund contribution for parks. Now, if we were to do that before this were considered by the full PTR, how would that be seen?
So there has been general support. The two-park proposal has been supported by the commission, has been supported by council. There was a lot of work to get there. The most difficult part with that is the movement of the timing regarding when we're going to get the fees and be able to move any of the projects forward. So we're looking at a potential general fund contribution and or donations needing to support that project down the road. And if you're looking for a message, as I list those other projects, we're talking grass kids may not be able to play on if we can't fund resurfacing the ball fields, leaky ceilings that we have been saving for at the community center, the parking lots failing at the facilities that they all like to go and visit. That's where there is a dire need from that fund to support those things moving forward based on the timing of when those facilities will fail. We have pushed the turf resurfacing for many years. We've been limping this along. We actually had to dip into the sinking fund. We were very fortunate to have a sinking fund in place when the wild boars came and damaged the field, because we were saving, had to use some of those funds for repair, and then only further push back the replacement of that turf as the commission has been hoping and waiting for funds to roll in so they could consider synthetic or other improvements out there. But really, when we're looking at sort of the outlook of those buildings, the Buckeye Meeting Room, that's the old Santa shack that got moved from downtown, that is so important for we have our AA meetings there and a lot of other little meetings that are very important in town, and a facility that's these are things that we are going to need to take care of, that we're going to need those funds for. And while this is very important in expanding the facilities, just something that we'll have to consider when we're looking at what our revenue sources and how we support any of those projects moving forward.
Okay, but let me put it another way. If we were to allocate 35,000 a year for 3 years, we would in effect be jumping this project ahead of other projects that are in Fund 12.
From a design standpoint, yes, potentially, because it would be sort of in a shovel ready mode. It is already in their existing CIP. Some of the ones that I'm listing now haven't even been fully considered by the commission, but they will have to be thrown into that mix. Turf has been in there, but something like the meeting room and community center playground had not been added yet, because it was looking like, oh, we were going to be able to get a lot of these other projects done in an earlier cycle. I had $3 million in this year's budget, thinking that we were going to move this forward and a design for the turf at the ball fields, but we had less than $1 million come in for actual revenue that we're able to use just to move the community center playground forward.
But this was an approved project already. We had the 70,000 allocated.
It was approved for Fund 12. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd offer that just without a decision, but just some thinking here, that parks are a very visible part of our society. And Councilmember Candel, so what are the visible things that we could try to raise revenue for? And I do think this is one of the types of things that the public can get excited about in a future reason why we should fund it. And the current funding ask, I appreciate that we're actually not even being asked to raise all the funds, where for every dollar we raise, there will be $1.50 from the private that would be raised. So that's a wonderful opportunity for us to really engage the public already, to reach out and say, let's beautify our city with both of our monies, right? We need incremental money. So this, I see it, it could be seen as a seed way of engaging the public to participate in enhancing our parks. And that way leading to a future, like, well, if you actually want to build the park out, it will cost X dollars. And if we had some revenue measure, we could actually see that come to fruition. But at least if you come up with the drawings of a plan, then people can get excited when they see a drawing rather than, you know, a hypothetical, we could build a park here. So I'm looking to the benefits of what's being offered here. I see those as benefits to achieve a couple strategic things. At the same time, it's still money that we've talked about not having. So I would throw out there just as a possible thing to think about on the housing fund. If we did head in that direction with the 250, maybe what if we did 200 instead of that, and we did 50 and 50, and that equals to about 100 of what's the ask here, so that you do 200 to the housing fund, which materially might be not that different from 250, but then you allocate 50 for this, which has some leverage on for the strategic reasons I mentioned. I'm just talking out loud. I'm not sure that's what it is, but it's 11 p.m. So I'll just offer that up.
Well, following up on that, we've got the projects that are mentioned here are one that we've been waiting years for. And we own the property. There's no doubt that there's a need. And basically we have an offer in front of us to more than match each dollar that the city puts in. So I would take what you're saying, only I would refine it. I would change make the housing contribution 215,000 and take up on the offer of 35,000 a year for this matching fund and go forward on that basis. Because I agree. I think we have Brook Street, and I think Brook Street is a great park. I think it's in the downtown. I think that's a great thing. But I think that there's just been so long waiting for these other parks on the other side of Moraga Road that I think we need to go forward with them. And we can't afford to wait until the projects pay their impact fees. So again, I would support 215 on the housing and 35 for this.
I like that idea. I think it's really creative. And I also like that it supports that concept of all the people that were going to be going downtown, and it's a, park space there, and we already have it. So I do like that kind of compromise and figuring out where to take that money that we didn't really, I think it's a good idea. So I can get behind that.
Yes, and I like the balance of the 215 and the 35 across the 3 years. And then I'll look at Mala on, I know we did the MOU with the Community Foundation. This will be actually with a new nonprofit. And the monies, the 35,000 from the city is actually contingent upon the private monies being raised. And so there's a benefit. Thank you for being creative and thinking outside the box. And then there's also a checks and balance against that, to move forward with doing that. And so I think it's creative, and I'm supportive of moving that forward. I want to be careful of us getting too far out ahead of ourselves on what things the community might support in a revenue measure. I believe parks, would be supported, but that's a whole process that will have to be gone through before we start sort of building that kind of package. But I'm supportive of this.
I'm supportive of the park fund as well. But I still think the affordable housing, if we're taking a 215 is such an odd number. It's just like, really, how do we come up with that? I would keep with the 200 and just let the 15 go. But I'd go much lower than that. I would go to 100. I don't think it's really going to matter. Like the show of the number is going to make more difference to us than to HCD. So, but that's just my personal thought.
Yeah, well, I think going above 200 is necessary. And if the answer is why that odd number, the answer is that's all we've got. Okay, so I think there's consensus on this, but I think what I'd like to do is just get a final consensus on each of these things. Actually, a subsidiary question for Mala. If we put this in the budget, add it to Exhibit A, put it in the budget, that means the money's there, but it would still come back to the council for an MOU, or would we need to do any other sort of proposal?
There's a couple of, the chamber amount is something we would bring back in the future with an agreement. I mean, it would be in the budget, as you mentioned. And similarly, I think we would probably have some sort of MOU like we did with the foundation to require a certain matching and contingency. And then I also think that money would sit in our funds and it would be contingent on receiving.
Right, so the money's allocated, we just have to document it.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, so my sense of where we are is that we have basically tentatively approved all of the items that we agreed on last time, but revising the low-income housing contribution to 215 and adding the 35,000 for the park fund. Is everyone okay with that? Because where we'll vote is that when we get to the next item, we'll revise the exhibit to change those numbers and then adopt the resolution.
Could you just repeat it again?
We're approving the 500,000 over 3 years for the PTR parking lots, 215,000 for the low-income housing fund, the 27,000 for the public art, although that was already approved, 60,000 for the economic development manager, 40,000 for 1 year for the school, with the message that this is not increasing the cap. It's a special contribution for 1 year only, and 20,000 for the chamber and 35,000 over a 3-year period for the park fund. But then that would be, I would say, the message there, that's contingent on raising the matching funds, the second and third years. City manager.
I may have a slightly different take on it, and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought you had approved all these allocations for the upcoming fiscal year with a rather strong message that all these items would be revisited next year because of our budgetary issues.
Yeah, they'll all be revisited. There's a special message on these crossing guards.
Only on the crossing guards or all the items?
No, they'll all be reconsidered.
Yeah.
Just that we want the school district to realize.
That I have notes to go and talk to the superintendent.
Okay.
But I think the messaging is that, yes, we are allocating these funds for the next fiscal year, but there's no guarantee that there will be continued allocations. I may be wrong.
No,
I just
that's
want to
right.
make
Because we're
sure.
only voting, when we get to 20A, we're only voting for 1 year.
Got it. Thanks.
And the sinking funds. Yep, sinking funds stay the way they are. Okay, so.
And just a point of clarification on item 1, the 500,000 was written in the budget as 170 per year times 3 years.
Yeah, so
what are we
we're
doing?
voting on when we get to the next item is 170,000.
170. Okay.
Okay, so we're now going to move on to the next item.
I think we still needed to have you
Oh,
vote on the recommendation 2 and 3 for? this
Yes,
item?
yes, I have a motion for, let's see, how do we want to phrase it for approval of staff recommendations 2 and 3?
I move that we direct staff to begin an internal review to assess what expenses need to be reduced to balance the budget for future years and the subsequent impact on services. And item 3, direct the ad hoc financial sustainability committee to explore options for increasing revenue.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. So we're on to item 11A. And I think we're City Manager Servatza, Tracy, do you want to say anything or shall we just proceed with the
Need
resolution?
to yeah, I think we've said everything. You just need to go open public hearing. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so, but, well, just note that we're going to change the 250 to 215. This is Exhibit A. And we're going to add
35,000. Jonathan, is it a sinking fund or is it going to fund, is it a transfer to Fund 12? How do you, a sinking fund within Fund 12? Might be the easiest thing.
I think sinking fund within sort of
Okay.
what we do with the
So a
playground. sinking
transfer
fund.
from the general fund to Fund 12 into a sinking fund.
Yeah, that lives there.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so I assume there's no questions, so we'll go to public comment. Would anyone like to make a public comment?
And Mayor, you're opening the public hearing.
Open the public hearing. Thank you. All right, public hearing is open. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the council on this item?
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you for, to quote somebody, putting our money where our ethics are. So I appreciate that. It's a small amount, but it's a start. We have left the meeting over 10 years thinking that we were approved. So I don't want that to happen again. I'm excited. And I would like some clarification on what happens next year. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Right, we'll come back to that. Is there any other public comment? No other public in the room, so is there anyone else?
I have no speaker slips for anybody in the room. If anybody watching on Zoom wants to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. And I think to answer that question, we'll be looking at it again next year. Would anyone like to?
And I think if it does well and the match works out well, it'll be in your favor.
Yep, I'd say I agree. It'd be hard to
Thank you.
say no to $50,000 in exchange for.
Exactly. So we'll.
Councilman Geringer, did you want to?
Well, even when we said that, the way that we have made sort of an intention to do the parks, the PTR, the park roads, parking lots over 3 years. We have made an intention to do the murals over, even though that wasn't in the thing tonight. But everything will be looked at every year. So, because even, looking for Tracy, I know usually you're doing a budget, +3 or 2 or whatever, just to look out that far. But technically every year the budget is open. And so I think the intent, and I appreciate Councilmember Candell that, the coming back and having having it actually appeal to the private donors, and coming back with that would be a feather in the cap. I don't know what the right word is, but the way I was looking at those is we are also looking at them, but we come back. So
I also just want to say, Grace, we don't take lightly what you're bringing to this and the community. You know, all this effort over all these years, and what even this with, you know, us moving to approve the 35K also entails the work going forward. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a motion for adoption of resolution 2023-35 as amended.
I'll move to adopt resolution 2023-35 as amended, to adopt the proposed budget work plan, appropriating revenue and expenses, confirming the city's investment policy, determining the appropriation limit for fiscal year 23-24, I gather, or is that correct? Determining fees for all city services and authorizing transfers and expenditures, including the 2024 capital improvement program and related CEQA findings.
Yep, so the heading that is 23-24, right?
It should be right. Yes.
No, the resolution is right. In the third line down.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year 23-24. In the third line of the title, it says determine the appropriation limit for fiscal year, it should be 23-24. Okay, so then we're okay. All right, is there a second? Okay, moved by Vice
sorry,
Mayor
second.
Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Geringer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I am only opposed to the ones that we voted on tonight. Otherwise, the rest of the budget is fantastic.
Right, but you have,
But I know, I'm just saying, but then otherwise I will vote aye.
thank you very much. Okay, it's 5-0 for the budget. So thank you, everyone, for all the work on this. Tracy, thank you very much. Pass our thanks to Jennifer and to all the department heads who contributed to all of this. Thank you. And we realize you have a lot of work ahead of you in the next few months to come back to us with the findings. So thank you. All right, so now we're on items removed from the consent calendar. The first one is the minutes, and I just had a couple minor things, so I apologize for doing that. Where was it?
Well, while you're finding yours,
Yeah, go ahead.
just on the item, I was going to send it to Joanne earlier today and didn't get to it, but on the item about Councilmember Geringer thanking East Bay Mud, in the second sentence, she noted that East Bay Mud would, and then the word meet is missing with the DSOD prior to the community meeting. And so just thought that that word meet is probably important to the meaning of it.
Okay, and then on page 8 of 38, the 6th paragraph down, Aaron Jury said he appreciates the presentations this evening, but what he is hearing Councilmember Geringer say in a very polite way is that he's been only interested in aesthetics. That actually was Mr. Yolowe who I was speaking of. Yeah, that he was saying in a very polite way, we're only interested in hearing aesthetics. And then my other revision, so we'll take Councilmember Geringer out there, and then I'd like to put her back in on page 37 of 38, because the only reason. Yep. Under Councilmember comments, the only reason I commented on Community Day was I knew the Councilmember Geringer wasn't going to congratulate herself for all the work she did. So I'd like to add a sentence that he especially recognized Councilmember Geringer for the leadership she provided as co-chair of the event. Okay, any other revisions? Okay, so a motion to approve the minutes as revised.
I humbly moved to approve the minutes as revised.
Second.
Okay, humbly moved by Councilmember Geringer and seconded by Councilmember Kwok. All in favor, say aye.
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 It's unanimous. We're on to 8D.
So I pulled this and And the thought was, I wanted to make sure that we can add, town halls, special meetings as fitting and not just limit it to these particular ones.
Yeah, so Suzanne, Suzanne is on the panel. Do you want to just answer that really quick?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll be happy to answer that question. As staff envisioned, since we do have
No,
you
you have to let her talk.
since we do have the
All right,
capability.
Suzanne, can't hear you at all.
Hmm.
Oh, there you are.
Okay. Since we do have the capability to offer hybrid meetings in the various rooms where council or where staff may hold a special meeting or a town hall meeting, depending on the type of meeting desired, certainly we could host a hybrid meeting. I think it would be up to the staff and the city manager to really determine if that meeting should be in person, online, or a hybrid meeting, depending on kind of the unique situation of each one, but we certainly would be able to evaluate it for any town hall meeting.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question on that? If we did, let's say a town hall meeting, a 2-hour town hall meeting here, what would a one-time town hall meeting, what would the cost of that be?
So our AV operators, cost the city approximately $25 an hour. The library crew does spend some additional time setting up hybrid meetings versus a non-hybrid meeting. But, relatively minimal, since the main bulk of the expenses have already gone into the equipment for the room.
And I would add that if it's a special meeting date, we would have to pay the library.
Oh, right.
To rent the room.
Okay. And Councilmember Kendall, are you thinking of meetings in this room only?
It would have to be the ones that are in the meetings that we have at the equipment.
Okay, but with the town hall, this is probably the only room that would the Sequoia.
Most
room.
likely.
Could be the Sequoia.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
But if we wanted to make them hybrid, we would have to pick the right room.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable? Well, I guess the proposal is that we leave it to staff to determine for a town hall, if it's in one of the rooms where we have the equipment, whether we do it virtually. Are you happy with that?
I would rather have us or whoever's organizing the meeting decide we want it to be hybrid, and then we'll pick the right room. Like if we have a special town hall for the fire chief or something, or, whatever, and we want this to be hybrid, we better pick the right room.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think you got it the other way around. So I was just making sure that we choose to have it be hybrid, and then we pick the right room.
Okay.
I think the presumption is that it has to be, as Councilmember Kendall said, it has to be in one of these rooms that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
Correct. If
exactly.
you want to have a hybrid
Yeah.
meeting, it has to be in one of these rooms. So
Correct.
when you're when you're deciding to have one.
Yeah.
You pick the correct room. It would be more difficult to say, we want to have a hybrid but it has to be in the JRB. That would be
Exactly.
more
We would not do that. No.
Okay.
So you would approve the recommendation with an amendment to allow maybe the city manager to include hybrid meetings for town hall events?
Can I just say so moved? No, I would.
Yeah.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Kendall, seconded
Second.
by Vice Mayor Dawson. Sorry.
Public.
Is there public comment on this item?
So does anybody, I have no speaker slips here in the room. Does anybody in the audience at home? Please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're on to, Suzanne, great report. Thank you for putting that together. Really well done. Okay, we're on to 13A, council members' report on activities. Does anyone have anything to report quickly? I'll just quickly report that I did go to the La Miranda area radio interest group field day, which they mentioned you had been there last year. They had seen Councilmember Candell. I thought it was great. So I encourage, if you haven't done it, do it next year. It's a very good event. And then just so everyone is aware, there are Councilmember Kwok and I are in communication with the Citizen Advisory Group for East Bay Mud, and there is correspondence with East Bay Mud. I won't say anything more and we won't have any comment, but that is moving forward and we're aiming for putting this on the agenda for the July 24th meeting. Okay, anyone else? All right, so city manager's update.
Just one item, the children's deck is almost ready. I would say 98%. The door hasn't arrived, but it should in early July. It's a delightful space.
Great, thank you. All right, we're on to item C, Councilmember Kwok.
All right, this item relates to 2 vacancies on the Environmental Task Force. And so I'm very pleased that we've interviewed candidates and we have 2 very fine candidates, Nancy who is reapplying after 6 years and she's the current chair. We nominate Nancy Hu to join, and also a new member of our community, Amy Starr. And so I'd like to recommend that we appoint those 2 members to fill vacancies effective July 1st.
Okay, any questions or comments? Any public comment?
Okay, do we have any members at home who would like to comment? Please raise your hand. See no comments.
Okay, and you made the motion?
I'd like to first of all, I'd like to thank Colleen McCormick for serving on our environmental task force. And although she's stepping down, she served with great enthusiasm, as we all know her. But we continue, and we have 2 new candidates to fill those vacancies. So I move that we appoint Nancy Hu and Amy Starr.
Okay. And
I second.
okay. Moved by Councilmember Kwok, seconded by Councilmember Candell. All in favor, say aye.
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 It's unanimous. The appointments are made. On to item D. 21 member to Parks, Trails and Recreation Commission. We had very good candidates and we are recommending Shane Riesman for the position. We encourage the other applicant to stay involved, stay around. Okay, and so I move adoption of resolution 2023-37, appointing Shane Riesman to the PTR.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Oh, public comment.
Okay, anybody in the audience who'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I see no hands raised.
Okay, bring it back to the council. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Appointment is made. We're on to D2, appointing 2 members to the Senior Services Commission. Again, we had a good set of interviews. Dorothy Walker has been a long time member of the commission, so she was up for her 6-year renewal. So we're recommending reappointment for another 2 years for Dorothy Walker. And then we had 2 other candidates. We're recommending that Carol Federighi, former Mayor Federighi, be appointed to that open position. And we encourage the other applicant to be involved in city matters as much as possible. So I'll move adoption of resolution 2023-38.
And I'll second.
Public comment.
Anybody who'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. See no hands raised.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the appointments are made. And Jonathan, thank you very much for your role in coordinating all of this and all the leadership you provide for both of these commissions. Thank you. On to item E. Appointing two members to the Public Art Committee. I'll defer to you.
We had two applicants and one Carter Constantine is the brother of Carolyn Constantine, who is leaving to go to college. And it's wonderful. He brings a great passion and resourcefulness to the Public Art Committee, as will Carol Reef, who is an architect and artist in her own right in the community. So there'll be two great additions to our Public Art Commission. So I recommend adopting Resolution 2023-39 to add Carter Constantine and Carol Reef to the Public Art Committee.
And I'll second it.
I have a question. I note that the terms are different. And so there's one term that expires on June 24 and one that is a 2-year term that expires on 25. So would you have to appoint one? Would you have to designate the appointment for the person for each term, for the relevant term?
Carter then for the 1 year.
I think it's, you know what? Yes, I think that's a good idea. Well, Carter Constantine for the year of 2024, 20 to 28?
Well,
The 2-year term. What
well,
is
the 2 year, there's 1 year, one runs till 23, 20.
On the blank here, it says one expires in a year from now on June 30th, 2024. And there's another term that expires on June 30th, 2025.
Yeah, okay, so I think we make Carter the next one, because he's.
Yes, the 2-year.
sophomore year, so
Yes, because he's in he's in,
then it'll work out.
yes, that's right. It's filling a vacancy that, so that's why it's truncated, I guess.
Okay, so Carter Constantine is the 24, Carol Reef is the 25.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok.
Did we vote?
Public
Public comment.
dwindling fast, but if anybody wants to make a public comment, please raise your hands. No comments.
Okay, okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, okay. Yeah. Okay, well, that's it. Does anyone have anything before we beat the midnight deadline? All right. Yep, happy birthday. Almost gone. Okay, so. Yeah. So the meeting is adjourned at 11:40.